Nova. Hey Dad, hey Palm.
Hopefully you're in here again. Okay, well, I'm gonna start streaming. So, I'm gonna leave the door open for push my phone. So. I'll leave the door open.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was organizing cat exchange stuff because I have to leave my door open, but my roommate has friends over. Hey, Arteha. Excellent, hello. Denko, hello. Tai, Tin, Braku, Cozy, hello. Kino, thank you for the Twitch Prime Gaming sub. Cozy, hello. Frederick, Loon, Lucifer, hello everyone. Hello, wow, Zabow, Salsa. That's a fun name. Hey Marvs, hey Well-Fledged, hey Louie, hey Dojo. Okay, I am good. I had made the spontaneous decision to stream because I have some hours before I have to sleep, and I took a lot of naps today, so I'm not tired, and I'm working on stuff that I can show, so it seemed like a perfect storm to stream again, unannounced. I literally told Tojo like a couple minutes ago that I wanted to stream, and so here we are. Daytran, how are you guys? I know it hasn't been that long since I last saw you, but I'm always interested to hear what's up in your guys' lives. Me. So I didn't post. I think the Instagram post from last time didn't go through, so I'm going to put one today, even though I don't typically do it for impromptu streams, but figured it might be nice. Class 101 assignments? Nice. Ate dinner, it was really... Oh. I thought that said soggy, and I was like, that sucks, I'm sorry. But you said sexy, so happy for you. Surf Olympics. Surfing is an Olympic sport. Good night, Agent 606. Requested your first scab. Nice. Becoming more into the idea of being gender fluid. Proud of you. Half work, that's awesome. Yes. So this is not my character. No. This is my coworker's character. So at work we are starting a D&D campaign, and I have taken up the task of drawing everyone in our campaign, and that's because I like the idea of all of us having, or well, rather, I just really like the idea of drawing everyone's character. So I am taking upon myself to, in my free time, draw everyone's character as they decide it, and I'm having a lot of fun because everyone has been very, very excited about it. And yeah, so that's what I'm going to be working on today because I have some time to just be working on some stuff for myself. And that's what we're going to be doing. Waiting for my lunch to arrive. It's stormy, so it's taking a bit. I hope you get your lunch. Hold. Things are happening. Hold. Okay. Half orc fighter, rogue, actually. Would you chop off your pinky for $1 million? No. Surprisingly, pinkies are very useful for drawing. If you don't have your pinky, sometimes it's hard to modulate lines, line weight, angles and stuff. So, you might not think it, but pinkies are actually pretty crucial for making good line work. At least for me, because I've used it all my life, so... Never got into playing D&D, but I always thought character creation was cool, just never understood. It's a little bit complicated. There's a lot of really cool things that people have made with it because it's been around for so long, and I'm just learning to get into it, so my first character is a little bit, like, normal in comparison to what people have been able to make, but it's really cool, because honestly, you could just come up with a pretty crazy character and just retrofit it to a D&D, like, kind of expansion pack or whatever. There are ways to make it work in D&D, which is really cool because it's really at the discretion of the players and the dungeon master. Is that what they're called, or is it? Because everyone says DM, but technically, I guess it would be like game master as well. As to what works and what doesn't. So. For example, in this campaign, I really wanted to have a warlock with a gun, because I'm a warlock in this campaign, and they said simple weapons, and in my head, simple weapon meant, like, a gun, like a flintlock or something, very, like, old school. So I was like, can I have a gun? And they're like, well, in the context of this world, guns are actually pretty hard to come by, so no, and that made me sad, but I was willing to work with it, so... Lots of really cool things. I was thinking of taking your Class 101 course. Would you recommend it for beginners or intermediates? I think intermediate people will get a lot out of it because it's like a continuation of building your skills. If you're a beginner, you might find it pretty overwhelming. I originally wanted to make it for beginners, but I think just for the sake of, people being able to make a lot of progress in a little bit of time, being an intermediate artist would be a lot better for... that, No, so my current plan going forward is I'm gonna try and just basically, just bulldoze through critiques for everything. So ideally you should be getting critiques for every lesson that you have. But because I've been juggling a lot of stuff, including subtitling all the videos, which surprisingly takes a lot longer than I was imagining. Each video takes at least 2 hours to subtitle. And I've had, a bunch of other stuff happening, but regardless, I've been really slacking on giving feedback, and I really shouldn't. So in the coming weeks, I'm going to be bulldozing through most of those critiques, and I will try to get as many of the earlier ones in the past. I have no way of telling whether or not someone is still taking the course or not, but I'm going to hopefully catch up on that as well. Totally my bad. The stream today is a result of me finally having something that I can, like, do on stream, after not being able to do stuff for stream, and it's personal work, so I can show it, and, I had some extra time after work today, which is not very common, and, yeah, it was just a perfect storm, and also in line with what I've been talking about, as in doing more often, like, more frequent streams, that are shorter, so they're a little bit more manageable, and I want to make good on that and just stream whenever I have, like, bits of time. Yes, I am obligated to do critiques for as long as the class is available, so don't worry about not being able to get a critique from me. I really do want to be giving critiques to every single person. And if not, like, we're currently setting up some events for Class 101 as well. So, you know, there will be other instances where you can also get critiques from me, regardless of whether or not, you know, you get them in the class. And I'm hoping to also kind of do a support thing for people who have taken the class already, mayhaps was not able to get a critique from me prior because of how hectic this like launch has been, so that I can catch up, make sure everyone gets the proper help that they need, and also provide myself as a resource for everyone. I will hydrate. Hello. Blah, blah. Right. I think I wanted to do some mild editing. What was the process of starting and creating the course like? Creating the course was basically me trying to come up with a lot of the things that I felt like would help someone kind of think about the process of character creation without necessarily giving them a strict process to always use every single time. I wanted to impress upon people that art and character design and art in general is very fluid, and being fluid with it is a necessary skill. And so what I didn't want to do was just teach someone something and then just say like, yep, so that's how you do it. I really wanted to make a course that would challenge them to start thinking about, you know, what they liked about character design, what their personal tastes in character design. How do you bring that forward using a very simple base process that you learn so that you can, you know, then retrofit it to whatever new problem you have, whether that be an assignment, a personal project, or, you know, a professional gig. And that was kind of my intention walking in, so I tried to come up with, you know, things that would complement each other in that goal. Whether or not I accomplished it, I have no idea, because it's my first time writing a course of that nature. But that's kind of why it's not a very simple, like, tutorial format. And it's also why later on in the class I go over some other stuff, like professional practices, how to set yourself up if you're interested in getting a job, talking about mental health, how to deal with things like art block, art depression, imposter syndrome, stuff like that, is because there was more to being, you know, a character designer, more to being an artist that I cared about than just telling people like, hey, do this thing to that thing, and then you should come out with a good design, because that's not really the case. So it took like basically an overall curriculum that I set up, and then I went into writing for each of the videos. Usually they would be, in order to make them at least 10 minutes, a lot of them would at least be 2 or 3 pages worth. And they could be upwards of like 7 pages long as well. And then I'd record, make all the physical actual content for the video, edit them myself, and write the class summary, make the class assignments that I think would complement that, and then now I'm in the stage of subtitling everything. Can you talk about your class? So I sort of kind of did, but just in general, it's my first attempt at making a class that covers... Oh, fuck, I forgot. sorry, late night, had a lot of work, had a lot of things at work. I have a potty mouth today. First attempt at creating a course that covered things that I felt were missing in a lot of other, just like general classes that I think would be nice for someone to hear if they're in a position of not being able to afford a classic arts education. And that's kind of my approach to all forms of education, is I'd like to make stuff that's not just regular tutorials, and I'd also like to make stuff that covers some of the things you might not hear if you just go to a class of some sort. And Class 101 was my first attempt at trying to figure out what that meant for me. And so the class itself covers a bunch of stuff. It includes kind of a base rundown of fundamentals. It includes a basic rundown on, shape design, on line quality, on communicating that. It runs through iterative design process, which is a form of character design which utilizes iteration as its primary, mode of operation, and allows you to quickly and efficiently, look through a high quantity of designs and develop your idea through the process of fleshing out this character through multiple stages. And I picked it because I felt like this was the most kind of concrete way to teach people design, and then I built on top of it by talking about costume and storytelling, picking color palettes, how to have a critical eye about, what you like in a design, what makes a design good, all that stuff. Then I go into, after iterative design, talking about professional practices, what I've done personally as a way to prepare myself for working professionally. I go into, interviews, writing emails, setting up an online portfolio site, all that stuff. And then there's other stuff like, how do you study? Ref and recall is a method that I've been kind of trying to teach people as a way that I've studied in the past. How to draw from imagination. And at the end, I talk a lot about mental health. How do you deal with a lot of the more psychological struggles of being an artist, and, my experience with all that stuff, and my vision moving forward of a healthier way to live as an artist. So that's kind of a basic rundown of the course itself. And over the course, I try to make a point to tell people, like, this is not a, kind of an ultimatum in any sense. I don't pretend to understand or know the answers to all of these things, because I have not been alive long enough to know the answers to all these things. But this is my attempt at trying to share what I know to people, and hopefully, especially if you're someone who can't generally afford an arts education, but can and are interested in taking an online class of some sort from someone like me, Class 101 is a good place to start. Do you know this character's pronouns? I assume she, her, but I have no idea. That's all I know for sure. How do you prevent jagged edges from the painting? I don't know if I understand the question. Can you just, any books on shape manipulation? I have actually no idea on books written specifically about shape design. The only one that really comes to mind that was like actually kind of, it started the whole cult of shape design, really. Skillful Huntsman, although I do not believe that Skillful Huntsman, I think it's really outdated. All of the artists in Skillful Huntsman are so much better now than they were when they were in college. So I can no longer really recommend Skillful Huntsman, because I don't really think the art in it really matches up anymore. But at the time, Skillful Huntsman was the thing that everyone pointed to as like, oh look, this is concept art TM, and it is kind of the easiest, most clearly defined way to see silhouette and shape design at work. I will say, if you want to learn from someone who is a master at shape and master at silhouetting. Scott Flanders is an excellent teacher. He taught me shape design and how to, if I can write his name neatly, he taught me kind of this method of designing characters, looking a lot at their silhouette, negative shapes, all that stuff. And his style is really fantastic for all of these ways of thinking about design. So I would recommend, if you like that and you want to study more of it, you should look at his stuff. He has a Patreon. He makes YouTube videos, I think. And he has some stuff on Proco. So if you're familiar with the Proco YouTube channel, he does do stuff for free on there. So you should check it out. What counts as an intermediate artist for the course? So I would consider an intermediate artist someone who does draw characters rather frequently. They're very familiar with drawing characters. There's not an issue with, and this doesn't mean well. Like, I'm not saying that you have to be really good at drawing them to understand anything in the course. What I'm saying is that you know that characters is your favorite thing. You draw characters quite frequently. I'd say the average Twitter artist is what I would consider intermediate, as in things that they would have to work on is mainly refining their knowledge on stuff. So they might have, it's like minimal gaps in knowledge. Like a beginner would have what I would consider major gaps in knowledge. Like they don't know anything about anatomy, and it shows. Like they don't have an understanding, any understanding of proportion or anatomy. They are relatively like unable to coherently draw a character, and this commonly is for people that have just started. They don't really understand. It's not, at the very least, it's not in their conscience to be thinking about like muscles and to be considering like, oh, when I'm posing a character, I want to like raise this arm and have like an interesting pose, you know. They don't have to be good at it, they just don't have that idea of it. And an intermediate artist is able to do those things to some degree. They might need reference, they might need to use a lot of guidelines for it. They might not even be able to properly communicate what they're thinking, but they can think about it, they can go achieve it. They have actively drawn characters in different poses, in different clothes. That is not an issue. Drawing it is not an issue. It's making it look good, making it better. Drawing it with ease, that's usually harder for them. That's not a problem. Those are the people that I'd consider ready for a class of this type. Because what I don't cover in the class is like basic how to draw things. I don't think that I am the person who should be covering those things, because I don't have much patience for that kind of stuff. I do cover basic anatomy in the class because I think that's not something that people typically on their own learn pretty deeply, and I just wanted to make sure that people were on the same page about what I think is a pretty good understanding of anatomy for anyone at any level. Or rather, intermediate to advanced. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I define intermediate. So, if you draw characters rather frequently, you can draw them in different poses, you can draw them in different types of clothing. I would generally consider you someone who could take the class and do relatively well. So you're wondering, Mother Project environment's so good. Thank you. How much do you spend on the finals, and how do you put your thumbnails? So environment thumbnails are kind of, they're a skill I've had to learn, and I'm not very good at them, but the core of it is to, in that very small value block, of maybe like 1 to 3 values, you should be able to tell what the goal of an environment is, the story it's trying to tell, and the basic like technical aspects of an environment. So technical aspects covers like, is it a Is it a tropical place? Is it a cold, barren, mountainous place? You know, what is the terrain like? The story is what makes this environment interesting to the person enough for you to be making a piece of art about it. This could be a monument. This could be a interesting plant life. It could be like a path to something, and the idea is that every environment that you do should in some way have a goal in it as well. So ideally you want to put a character in an environment because it allows them to sort of, one, act as a size comparison for everything. So especially if everything is super big in your environment, putting something that we know the size of really helps. And two, it helps give us a reason to kind of latch on to this environment. And we're not just looking at a bunch of trees, we're looking at a place that a thing inhabits. And it doesn't have to be a character or a human. It can be an inanimate objects, it could be a village, it could be a house, it could be anything. But something for the person looking at it to be like, okay, I know why I'm looking at this piece. I know what I'm trying to kind of identify with as like the kind of goal or overarching intent of something. And so when you're making kind of like quick thumbnail comps for an environment, those are the things you should be thinking about. How do I utilize all of the techniques of environment design, like lighting, composition, rhythm, movement, overlap, depth, perspective? How do I utilize all of those things to come up with interesting compositions that on a graphic level with only 1 to 3 values looks clear, concise, interesting, evocative? Those are like the things that you should kind of be thinking about. And the 3 value thing allows you to really just isolate your attention and focus on those specific things. It's like making a silhouette for a character. It allows you to kind of just focus on the most important aspects, which is basic lighting, basic value, basic composition. So those are like the thumbnails, right? And then how much do you spend on finals? However long it takes to really get it to a point where it's passable, right? I don't try to make finished pieces, mainly because I did that very often when I was younger, and I really don't like doing it. So a lot of the final work that I did on my projects it's like just enough to finish it, basically, to convey everything it needs to convey, and to make sure everything is, presentable but not overdone. Make sure that it maintains the core focal point of an environment. It has little bits of storytelling element. There's some level of finish on all levels of big, medium, and small shapes. So not only is it just big, vast expanses where the eyes can rest and it creates these big compositional moments, there's medium shapes to kind of populate things. So like plants and big rocks, big structures, and then you have small details like the texture on the ground. You have smaller plants and fauna. Maybe you have like small animals like birds to indicate depth and scale. That stuff all kind of gets lost and recreated in the final because you're always constantly like over-rendering, under-rendering, fixing, cleaning up, all that stuff, and however long it takes you to maintain all of that and come out with a good image is however long it takes you to finish it. And those environments took me a heckin' long time to finish. Is it a good idea to learn all fundamentals at once or get good at one and then move on to another? I think that you should be, and this is my personal opinion, right? Some people disagree. I think that fundamentals and the act of like learning as you're drawing, a lot of these things are really boring. They're not fun to learn. And you can make it fun, but on a baseline, they're not very fun to learn. And I think it's really important that one of the things that you don't lose in the midst of growing and learning as an artist is losing an interest and passion in drawing. Because that stuff is really hard to manufacture. You can learn how to draw a really good forearm. You can learn how to draw hard surface stuff. You can learn all these skills, and you have the rest of your life to learn them. But you cannot in anyone instill that sense of love and passion and excitement for anything once you've lost it, and you've lost it for good. Now, this doesn't mean to say that if you've lost it once, you will never get it back again. But what I'm saying is that a lot of younger artists, they get really wrapped up in the idea of improvement. They get really wrapped up in the idea of being good at this thing, because it feels really nice to be good at a thing. It feels really nice to be confident and not struggle with something. But the thing is that what they do in return is they sacrifice the aspects of it that made it fun in the first place. Because if it's fun, that doesn't, to them, it might not mean that it's helpful or productive or efficient. And I think personally it kind of makes the whole purpose of it pretty moot if you spend so much time trying to be really good at a thing, and then what you end up doing is killing your love for the thing and still not being good at the thing. So my personal philosophy is that I think that you should be looking at what you need to learn with your fundamentals through the lens of what would best benefit your work at that very moment. Obviously, when you're just starting out, anything being better than it is a benefit to your work, right? Any small improvement in X foundation is probably going to be helpful. But it's really about what bothers you the most. What do you feel like, hey, this is something I really want to fix in my art right now. That could be anatomy, because you draw a lot of characters. That could be composition, because maybe you're really interested in environments and storyboarding and storytelling. Because yes, you will have to work on all of them probably at some point, but if working on all of them at once is going to kill your enthusiasm for doing the thing, maybe don't do that. My favorite method, and this is something I cover in the class itself, is I really like weaving my studies into art that I would have done anyway. Drawings of my own characters and paintings that I do on my own free time are moments in which I could still study. There's no reason to disconnect those two instances. You don't have to just be like, hey, I am studying right now, and then this is personal work. It's like, why can't the two of them just be the same thing? I don't know. And to me, it seems like a no-brainer, but for a lot of people, they don't see it as an opportunity for them to, like, have fun and do something that's helpful for them, So I'd say, in a way, I'd say, like, do one and then move on to the other. But that's not kind of what I'm saying, because I'm saying, you could do all, you could do one. But all that really matters is that you're still, having fun while you're doing it. So that's my long-winded answer. Miranda, but how do you feel about belts and zippers being used as a way to level up character design? So I think that any object that is kind of like a trope, can be used to level up a character design if it's used with a specific purpose in mind. A lot of the belts in Guilty Gear, similar to how the belts are in Kingdom Hearts, they're functionally useless, but what they do is they add interest to the silhouette. If you look at a Guilty Gear design, especially the Strive characters, they are fantastic master classes and amazing silhouettes. Occasionally, sometimes they're a little weird, but most of them, especially like Soul and Kai, they look chef's kiss in terms of silhouette, and it's because they have these really big dynamic shapes, and belts can kind of do that for areas that need a breakup in shape. I think it could be really smartly used. Does adding belts automatically level up a design? Absolutely not. I think, it's not hard to just assume that randomly adding a belt that in a design that doesn't need it does not necessarily add anything to a character. But will I absolutely do it every single time? Absolutely, because I think belts are really fun looking. And so, does it automatically level up something? No. But can it? Yeah. If you have a reason for putting it there, either for a story purpose, a functional purpose, or a silhouette design purpose. That's the gamut of, is a design functional or is it exciting? Right? Can it be both? Can it be neither? I hope it's not neither. That's really what justifies a design choice. Because if it doesn't add to the design and it doesn't look fun and you're just putting it there because your favorite character designer puts belts in everything, you functionally ignored the purpose and the reason for the choices a character designer makes. Of course, people can have varying opinions about whether or not it looks good, but to me, I'd say Guilty Gear's characters are again, master classes in silhouette design, and a belt is a way that the character designer created those silhouettes. Hey Solus, thank you. Would you recommend any not too pricey software for drawing I want to animate too? Clip Studio I think would be your best bet for that. I'd say Clip Studio has a really good gamut of everything. But I'm sure there are other programs that do animation specifically and programs that do drawing specifically, and if you buy both of them, it'll still come out as being cheaper. But Clip Studio Paint does so many sales so often that if you can fork out like $70, I'm sure you can get Clip Studio Paint on a really good sale. So I'd say probably that'd be your best bet for most efficient purchase in terms of a program digitally. Colors you don't use often? I don't use a lot of green, I don't think. I use a lot of, like, every other color, but I don't use green very often, which is strange because I like green as a color. But I think I just don't have the option to draw a lot of green things. And, yeah, I don't know why. Hey Cole, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 8 months. You are a peach. I love you. Show this on stream? I'm not going to. That's that's an egregious amount of belts. Do you use any methods to come up with ideas while designing a character? Again, something I cover in the class, but as a quick thing, research is the most important thing for a character designer, because not only are you doing research for the character you're designing, but you're also adding to your own personal library of knowledge. And a lot of the character designs that I've come up with, either through a lot of iteration and following the process of iteration, or just naturally without any other kind of like design techniques, all of that stems from my knowledge of other design or other research that I've had to do for other designs being brought in and used whenever I need it. I think research is probably the most interesting, fun, and exciting, thing that you could do as a designer, because it's an opportunity for you to grow a little bit more as a person and have a more worldly kind of perspective on what's possible and available. Because, when you walk into a new project and the way that the person that is pitching the project to you, or perhaps the way that you're thinking about the project, is not really that interesting, you're like, it's been done before. If you did have that experience of coming up with an interesting twist for something, or you saw something on Pinterest or Google that was really intriguing and very interesting, like design, color palette, textiles, textures, a very specific social hierarchy, very interesting culture, aspects to a conduct within a given social space, like any of those things, having that pre-existing knowledge could make or break a project to you. It could make a project extremely interesting almost immediately, because you're like, oh, I remember that thing I researched like 3 years ago for this one project that never ended up happening, but it had a really cool premise, and I think that would be a really interesting way we could twist this premise, Or it can just make doing Twitter challenges easier, because you're just like, oh, I just have to design an elf. Well, I remember seeing this one photo from Northern Europe, where they had a really interesting embroidery design, and I could use that as as a inspiration for this one-off design I'm gonna do. Research is just fun. It's great. Jens, thank you. I am doing well. How are you? How do you usually decide the base color for these types of things? Well, this is not something I'm deciding because the designer, the owner of this character already designed all of these things. But color is also something I did in the class. And in lieu of not repeating myself, color has... picking color is quite an interesting and difficult task, and I'm not very good at it, but essentially what you're trying to do when you're picking a color palette is accomplish a couple different things. You're trying to basically convey aspects of a storytelling that you couldn't through just the base ensemble of a character. You're trying to establish a mood, a tonal mood, or a specific atmosphere for a character, and you're trying to give them an interesting and diverse color palette that helps enhance their design. So how you break up shapes within a design is somehow also accomplished through how you arrange colors. How you convey a character's inherent backstory, how you convey a character's personality or archetype can also be done through colors, and there are an infinite ways that a color palette can be worked. Obviously, you can follow classic color design theory, but something you'll eventually learn about color theory is that it's like it works, but there are so many ways to make every rule, or there's so many ways to break every rule that it's something nice that you learned once and then you just spend the rest of your life breaking. Obviously, not every rule is completely out of, like, not every rule is stupid. There are very helpful ways to start a color palette by utilizing the base, like, color combination things that you learn, like analogous colors, complementary colors, all of that stuff. Learning how to manipulate the color wheel, very helpful. But a lot of the subtlety in picking colors for a character is found in the smaller changes you make. Subtle changes to saturation and value and intensity. Small differences in where you place the color will change a character drastically. And those are not things that color theory really teaches you. And that's the big thing that character designers usually have to work with, is how does a color change how a design is perceived? How does a color change how character is perceived? And how do I assign a color palette that not only helps boost this character's story, but also makes this design memorable to people that are looking at it? So my general rule of thumb, again, something I cover more deeply in the class itself, is a ratio of colors, because I'm really bad at picking colors, a ratio of colors that includes one primary color that I use for maybe about 60 to 70% of the character. I have a, and this is not just meaning like the only color, this is like the hue. So if I pick brown as the primary hue for a character, there can be multiple shades of it, there can be multiple values and tints and stuff of it, but this is the primary color that this character will be known for. And then I go into medium shapes, having a complementary color, not complementary, an analogous color that is on either side of the primary color. So if I pick brown, I might pick a like yellow or orange or potentially even like a purple to go with it, and that will be the medium shapes. So instead of big open spaces, like maybe the belt on this character would have been that secondary color, small details get the complementary or opposing color. They're usually pops of something new, something different. This could be really close to the color wheel, so like perhaps a purple, perhaps a yellow, perhaps a green, or it could be on the complete other side of the color wheel to make it interesting. So this character, not my choice, it was the choice of the designer, has hints of blue around the character. And this is a complete 180 shift from the, actual color palette, which is very earthy, very dark, very classic in terms of browns and greens and all that stuff. But then you have a shock of blue because it's interesting. It draws your eyes to very small details, and the fact that they're in small areas makes it, a color that doesn't demand too much of your eye, but is still there to accentuate the details of the character. That's a long-winded way of saying color design, color theory is pretty open and subjective. You could follow a color palette if you want, or you could just not. I am not the best person to talk about color with, because I make it up in every instance that I have to color something. What canvas size is this? 11 by 17, I think. Have you ever felt like you were starting to hate drawing or painting? Art has been starting to feel more regulatory and it really scares me. Yes. There was a couple of years in my life where I really hated drawing. It's a complicated matter for me because there was some other stuff happening at the same time. But yes, I do know how it feels. I do know what it feels like to not only feel like art no longer is fun, interesting, or even rewarding to do, but I also know how it feels like to lose the one thing in your life that anyone has ever been interested in you for. That was what art was for me, and it was really scary to lose interest in the thing, or to lose love in the thing that I thought was the only thing I could do. And it took many years for me to come to a conclusion that would help me move on from that feeling. But all in all I have to say is that there is typically something that got you started in art, whether or not that was a show, a specific piece of media, or even just a vague interest in something very specific about art. There's a reason why you got into it. There's a reason why you can love it again. And if you want to, learn to love art again, it's going to take you going back to what made you interested in it in the first place, and recognizing where you've evolved, how you've grown, and what's changed in that. And not only that, it's recognizing when it's a lack of passion, or if you're actually just exhausted, because you could very well be in a state where you just need to not think about art. Maybe you put yourself in a bit of a pigeonhole and you've discovered that your brain, body, anything can't handle this thing that you've developed kind of a weird negative association with, and you just need a break. That also is valid. I took a break for like about a year, kind of not doing art at all. It sucked ass, but I've had that experience before. I know coming out of it what it felt like. And I feel like taking breaks is kind of a weird taboo for a lot of people that are learning, because they're like, oh, it's wasted time. I'm not doing something with the time that I have, and I'm gonna fall behind. It's a lot better than killing yourself over doing something that you're not even excited about doing anyway. Where can I watch your class? If you hit the exclamation point class 101 thing, you will be able to check out the site for it. Do you use gamut masking? Do you use this gamut masking technique? I don't really understand the gamut masking technique. I know it's something that a lot of oil painters and traditional painters use. It's never made sense to me. I really want to sit down and just learn it at some point, because I'm really interested in it. But I've kind of just sussed my way through understanding how color theory works. And so far it's been fine for me. I'm still roughing it out, but once I get a better grasp on it, I'm probably going to arrive at the same place that most other artists have arrived at many years ago, and gamut masking is probably one of those. But I'll get there on my own time whenever that happens. How big is your monitor screen? I feel like mine is too small and Photoshop feels a little cramped and not wide as open users. Yes, that is a big thing. I have a 4K monitor that my work provided, and it's been excellent. I will never go back to a not 4K monitor. And I definitely feel you, because I've gone through like a 1080 monitor. I've gone through even smaller than that. I know how much it kind of sucks to recognize oh hey, this is actually kind of small and I never really noticed it but now that I've noticed it, it just sucks ass. Yeah, I totally get you. This is a 4K monitor. If you're ever in a position to afford a 4K monitor, it is a decision that I cannot go back now that I have experienced the glory of 4K. Especially with Photoshop, because Photoshop has got some like crusty big UI. Okay, cool. I've caught up. Nice. I always feel bad because I feel like I answer questions for like, or it takes me like hours to answer questions, and then I'm behind on the chat and people are asking new things. I always feel guilty for taking breaks in art. Everyone does. Everyone does. And it really shouldn't. And in a way, it's not really all that stigmatized to take breaks in art. I think we just enforce it because, you know, there's a perceived, like, there's like a perceived instantaneousness to how you see art nowadays. We're so aware of what people are capable of doing right now all the time that any moment that we're not doing that or being as good as someone else in that instance makes us feel like, well, I just got to keep working harder. And I don't ever want to make productivity and that kind of drive like a bad thing, because that's something that makes me want to work harder all the time, is realizing like, hey, I've got so much more to go, and I really want to keep working hard, and that's a really valuable way to think about, you know, progress. But I have to say, like, sometimes you don't really learn something until you've allowed yourself the time to really digest it. And sometimes just stuffing your head with all this information all the time doesn't do anything except confuse you even more. And something that people do when they're in the grind, quote unquote, and I talk about the grind and how much I hate the grind in my class, is because, you know, they're so obsessed with the act and the feeling of being productive that they don't actually pay attention to what they're doing. And sometimes taking a break is actually a lot more productive than forcing yourself to do more stuff. And in ways, taking a break allows you to kind of subconsciously think about and process what you're learning, and then when you come back to it, magically it almost feels like, oh wow, I suddenly understand this topic so much better. Your brain just had more time to like make it a concrete thing in your head, as opposed to just stuffing your face and then like it's like a water hose or fire hose, is that what they say? A fire hose of information of just like, oh, I'm constantly grinding, I'm constantly learning. And instead it's like, here's a topic, I'm gonna take some time to just like kind of make this a concrete part of my psyche. And so when I go forward and I start doing stuff, I'm not having to relearn this a couple weeks later because I forgot. I've actually like internalized this information and it's now a part of how I draw, and it's actually a lot more efficient. Anyways, yeah, I get you though. I understand the feeling of being or feeling guilty for taking breaks, but trust me, art is something that requires some knowledge and some like, it requires you to know when you need a break, because it's not gonna tell you when. And you kind of have to take care of yourself in that respect. Brittany, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 2 months. Does speed matter in the professional world? Not as much as I think people assume. Yes, being able to finish your assignments quick is a pretty good benefit. But they're not necessarily going to like, I don't know, get mad at you if you don't finish it as fast as it could be finished. As long as you communicate to your team lead about, you know, how long is it going to realistically take you. A good team lead is going to factor that into the scheduling of everything. And if you need to crunch, you need to crunch. That's kind of like how it is. Like if you need to be faster, like they need something in a week, yeah, it's going to take some more work on your part. And it's good to know techniques for saving time. I think that's something you will gradually learn if you work in a professional space, but it is good to know what those things are. But it is not as intense as some schools make it. Like, I remember being in school and them being like, like, you know, this is how it is in the professional world. But I've never had to turn in an assignment every 2 days for a class, or like for a thing, like I did in school for a class. So it's not nearly as intense as people make it out to be. But it can be, you know, it's kind of a touch and go thing. You have to go with the flow. If someone asks you to get something done so that everyone else on the team can start working on stuff, especially if you're in concept design, that's pretty common. You should know how to make yourself be able to speed up your process and be able to accommodate that. But very often they'll give you the time that you need. Plus, as you get better at the thing that you're doing, you'll be faster inevitably. Hey, Starly. I'm very, very grateful that you've followed me for so long. Thank you very much. And yes, I am here. And I will try to be here more often because I do like streaming quite a bit. But yes. Okay, this is looking alright. I really don't get the exaggeration of college and stuff. Like, I get some of it's real, but the school experience will be different as time passes. Yeah. School's a complicated thing. I haven't really fully, like, developed my opinion on, or, like, the differences between school and professional spaces, because there's quite a bit, but it's kind of hard to, like, put your pulse on it, so I'm still kind of ruminating on, like, what I think schools could do better if they actually wanted to be, like, a real analog for professional spaces. But the real thing about it is that it really can't be. Unless every project was a group project, you really can't simulate what it's like to be working on a team. It just doesn't happen. And the pressures of a workplace can't be replicated in a school environment, because school is for learning, and professional spaces, they aren't necessarily not about learning, but the onus to learn is on you. And that's not something you can easily instill in a curriculum, really. Any tips to getting used to a drawing program? Draw on it a lot. That's kind of the only thing. Although I will say, I find that sometimes drawing programs, it's a matter of how I'm using them that kind of changes how it feels. So finding a particular brush in a program is really important for me, one that I think feels the best, works the best for me. That's something I spend a lot of time figuring out, and it's what I did when I was kind of trying out stuff like Procreate and Clip Studio Paint and Medibang on the iPad, because I really wanted to be able to use the iPad. But I had my iPad for like 4 months, and I hated using it because I hated how Procreate felt. I hated how drawing on the iPad felt, and it just kind of sucked, and I never wanted to use it. And then I started experimenting with other programs like Clip Studio Paint and Medibang, and I really love how Medibang feels, which is a free program compared to Procreate. And so it was just like an interesting turn of events. Now I draw on it most days. If I'm not drawing on my computer, I'm probably drawing on Medibang in my living room. So, you know, that kind of changed drawing on the iPad for me, and now I use it quite religiously. Not for everything, and I'm not completely converted, but enough for me to actually use the thing that I purchased. So I'd say if you're trying to get used to a program, just experiment, draw on it a lot, check out any stores if it has any, like Clip Studio Paint has an asset store, Photoshop, you kind of can just look through years and years and decades worth of brushes and scripts and content that people have made for it. And just like look around, keep an eye out for anyone talking about their brush settings, keep an eye out for any interesting textures, anything that people post online. There's plenty of stuff out there to cater to your needs and your preferences for how a program feels very often. And this is kind of the reason why I've, stuck with Photoshop for so long and I haven't moved to Clip Studio Paint, is because as much as Clip Studio Paint is a very good program that has a lot of really cool things and is probably a lot better than Photoshop to use and is not, run by a very profit-driven corporation, Photoshop feels the best for me. It gets the best art out of me, and that's because I've been using it for so long. How do you hold your pen when you draw? Sometimes I feel like I hold my pen weirdly. I hold it in the classic position for when people are learning to write. My thumb overlaps my index finger, and my middle finger overlaps my ring finger. But I have a pretty classic position for writing. And I draw like that. Healbot, thank you. And you know, I have done the transfer and I still don't like it. It's really strange. How's your time at the new company you're working at? Are you enjoying it there? I am. I really like it. I feel like I've literally lucked out, especially with recent news. I feel like the kind of company I'm working with, the type of people I'm working with, I'm very fortunate to be working with them. And honestly, once you work with good people, sometimes what you're working on doesn't really matter nearly as much as who you're working with. And so, you know, I think there's a weird, like, kind of pressure amongst art students to, like, get into a really good company, like one of the big ones. But my company is really small. We're working on projects that are suitable for our size, and I really enjoy it. I really like where I work. Are you using the base colors in this multiply layer? No, I'm using one color for everything, which is like this purple. And I'm going to change the multiply layer afterwards to accommodate for the colors of everything else. But I like using this purple just because I can set down the base colors for everything and the base shadow layer for everything and then worry about colors later. So this is how the rest of the stream is gonna go. Until I get it right. So how are you guys doing? It's like, that could work. What about drawing in Procreate made you not enjoy it? Something about how it feels to draw in that program. Something about how the brushes feel. Something about how, I don't know. I can't describe why Procreate feels uncomfortable. It just does. And I've tried really hard to like it because everyone's all crazy about it. But it just really doesn't feel very good. And every time I use Procreate, all I can think about is like, man, I wish I could draw in Photoshop. But Photoshop on the iPad is not even worth talking about. It is very bad. Very, very bad. Yeah. Why do I like it? I don't know. Or why do I not like it? I don't know. That's the real, yeah. Where are you working in? Or, oh, no, I'm not working there. I work at a small, I guess technically we're considered mid-sized tech company. I work at a small production house that hasn't technically made its debut yet. It's around, but it hasn't really made a big thing about like itself and stuff. So I work at Protagonist Games. That's where I work as a character concept artist. How did you start working at companies? I had a friend who was doing a bunch of interviews. Turns out one of them didn't work out. And he recommended me for the recruiter to talk to. Outside of that, though, it's a lot of, sometimes they'll cold email you, which is like, they'll literally, without you expressing an interest in their company, will sometimes, like, a recruiter will just email you and be like, hey, are you interested in potentially working with our team? If so, send in an application here. We can talk more on email, all that stuff. If you ever get one like that, but it's for, like, Telegram, they ask you to talk to them on Telegram, it's fake. Don't do it. It's a scam. They're gonna ask you to pay for stuff. Don't do it. They might contact you on LinkedIn. They might, you might, be contacted because you gave them a business card at something. And yeah, other than that though, it's through either personal connections, talking or taking, doing like a submission call. So if they're like, hey, we need people on this team, sending your resume, all that stuff, you can do that. Are there any other ways? I don't know. It's a very strange and mysterious world. But typically that's kind of how you get jobs. But nowadays it's a lot easier for people just to like cold call someone. So they'll just email like an artist based on their ArtStation portfolio and like, hey, I think you'd be a really good fit for our team. Would you like to go through the application process? We can speed you through. I've done that a couple times, and they'll have me either do an art test or they'll just schedule me for an interview. And I skip the whole like public application call, getting selected, all that stuff. I just go straight for an interview. And then that's kind of the one-step process that they use to decide whether or not they want to hire me. Hi, kindly. When you draw, are you using your wrist, arm, and shoulder to make your lines? I'm a bad person. I don't use my wrist, arm, and shoulder very much. I use it to an extent. Like if I'm drawing longer lines, I'll try and use it. But honestly, I work on a tablet that's so small that you can't really be using your whole arm very much. But you should. Long story short, you should. For the longevity of your shoulder, wrist, and elbow. Have you tried changing the pressure curve on Procreate? Yes, I have. What's an art test? So art tests they can change depending on the nature of the company, but an art test is basically a company's way of asking for work to verify the skills that they assume you have based on your portfolio. Not everyone has portfolio work that is suited for a specific company, especially if they cold call you. You might not have work that they are specifically looking for that is very relevant to what they're trying to hire you for. And they might ask you to do an art test that is specifically geared to make you do work that they might have you be doing at the position you were asked to do. So I've heard of instances where they'll have them or have applicants be doing the whole process. Like they'll have them say like, here's a character prompt. We want you to do the whole process of designing a character to a full like model sheet and everything, with call outs, with all this stuff, and usually give you like a list of things that they'd want, and be in like a couple different pages, and send that in like 2 weeks. And sometimes I've heard of instances where they'll have people do like fan art projects. So if their project has a very close analog, like a different show or a game or a movie that stylistically is very close and not exact but close, they might ask you to be like, hey, can you make a fan character for this thing that fits this specific premise, that would fit this world, in their style. They want to see how closely you can replicate a given style assignment. So that I've seen that happen before. They might ask you to completely come up with your own character for a pitch for a given show, game, animation, and they'll be like, hey, we want you to pitch to us a character that you think would fit in this thing. All of these are picked based on what kind of a position they're trying to fill, what kind of a person they want to fill that position. Some companies are, very strict about what they're looking for, and other companies are just very interested in your process and seeing that pan out in an assignment. Very often these are not paid, which is controversial, and oftentimes some of these art tests are used in the actual production, which is also controversial. The controversiality of a given thing is not really something I can comment on, but suffice to say, sometimes you will be given an art test if a team wants to second verify and wants to do the longer form of the application process to really make sure they're getting people that they want. So if you're someone who's interested in possibly, going into a professional space when it comes to entertainment art, game art, any of that sort of stuff, you should look to possibly doing an art test at some point. Do you often rewatch your art station? I occasionally do if I'm feeling particularly tired of a certain thing. I'm like, this is not relevant to this space. I do not have very much stuff on ArtStation, and I really should populate it more. But yeah, I mean, I might, but I might also not ever clean it up. There's some stuff on there from like 6 years ago. There's an Aqua fan art on there. I don't even know anything about Kingdom Hearts, but it's there because I was like, hey, nice portrait. I don't know, I'm not even a Kingdom Hearts fan, but she's there, so there's that. What do you use if you aren't using your wrist and arms to draw? Would it be movement of your fingers? Then I primarily use elbow, wrist, and finger movements. Yeah. I am not gonna play that game. I've said it here. Look, I've had, 5 separate people try to explain Kingdom Hearts to me. And you know what? And, in its entirety, right? They're not just talking about one specific game. They're talking about, in its entirety. And you know what? Every single time, I felt like I have never heard the same game twice. I feel like none of them have ever described the same game twice. And I'm partially convinced that's because everyone has played a very different version of a game from the Kingdom Hearts series, because they're just so big, so complicated. And I'm not looking for that kind of commitment, okay? And I also, yes, that is true. I can't stand looking at the Disney characters. The idea of seeing Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy on a screen is horrifying to me. Especially next to an anime character. Absolutely horrifying. So unfortunately, I will have to decline. What are some of my top favorite games? Journey, Persona 5, Link's Awakening, Breath of the Wild. There are some games I haven't finished, like Horizon Zero Dawn is pretty good. I haven't finished it though, so I don't know if I can say that. Judgment's pretty good. That's from the Yakuza team. Yakuza's pretty good. I specifically have played the most recent one, Like a Dragon. It's pretty neat. I like it. Nier Automata. It's pretty neat. Pathless. If you haven't played Pathless, it's by a smaller company. It's really good. You guys should play it. There are other games. Hades. I like Hades. Hades is pretty fun. There are other games I know I've played. Anyways. I haven't played Hades in a hot minute. I was getting kind of good at Hades. And then I stopped playing, and I played it again like the other day. And oh my god, I'm not. Ooh, this brain cannot hold that much information. It dumped out the information I needed to play Hades a while ago. Yeah, so, yes, I don't want to hear anything about Breath of the Wild 2. I want to go into that game like I went into Breath of the Wild 1, which is with no information at all, so don't talk about it to me. I haven't even seen the trailer. I've been spoiled, but I'm refusing to accept that I've been spoiled, so don't spoil it for me. Brenny, I will drop kick you. I'm joking, but I kind of would. When it comes to setting up a portfolio, how do you determine what art to include and what works to leave out? Not a dumb question. Setting up a portfolio is really tough. So the thing about a portfolio, it depends on what it's for. If it's for like a school application or something, it should definitely be in accordance with whatever the school major wants to see in your portfolio, and generally those are filled with a bunch of different stuff, including foundational work. It includes like studies. It includes like traditional stuff, not just like, you know, maybe projects that you've done. For general portfolios outside of school, you know, those can be like websites or things like ArtStation, where you just have a bunch of your work, all the things you're interested in, you can possibly do, out there for people to see if they want to. If you're applying to a specific job, this is where it's really important for you to cater what is in your portfolio. And for a job, and I have a whole chapter on this too in my class, haha, see, I'm covering all my bases. I have a chapter on this, but essentially for a job portfolio, you want to be very specific and cater it to, one, the company that you're working for, and two, the job that you're trying to apply for. So if you're going in for character design, don't put an environment in there. Don't put in, like, yeah, you can put in a prop, you know, but, like, don't put in stuff that you're not interested in doing for a job, essentially. And make sure it's geared to that specific project that you might be applying for, or maybe even lightly relevant to the genre that they're going for. So if you're applying to things like Magic the Gathering, or, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, whenever Wizard of the Coast does anything, very smart to have a fantasy themed project with a very painterly traditional style, because that's something that they're interested in, and it's appropriate. But, you know, the other way to do that is also to be showcasing your own skills and own skill sets, but in the, you know, genre that is relevant for the project. Important thing though, main thing, don't put in anything that you're not interested in doing for a job. And then also, a portfolio should be changing as you improve and as you grow. So generally you want to only put your best work in there, and the format for it is best work, okay work, best work. Ideally your okay work is still pretty good. And for, like, there are two different types of portfolios. One's project-based, one's general. Project-based portfolios are the ones that have, like, a full character breakdown. It has world building. It has props. It has whatever. General portfolios are just like, hey, here's, like, 5 different illustrations, you know, or 5 different random characters that don't belong in the same project. Whichever one is most appropriate for whatever you're trying to apply for, that's up to you. But I'd say generally a lot of, like, concept-based positions are interested in, like, project-based stuff, because it shows that you know how to work in the pipeline. Any industry that works with a pipeline, which means that there is a set process for how things are produced and it has a production thing, aka the pipeline, being able to, you know, show that you can operate on a prompt, execute a prompt, do the whole shebang, the whole process, is a very good thing to do. So when you're building a portfolio, basis of it is only put in stuff that is relevant to what it's for. So this does mean you might have to remake your portfolio for every application you submit. And Make sure that it's thematically, perhaps even stylistically relevant to the position you're trying to get. And update it as frequently as you can with new projects, new styles, and it only really takes like one good piece or one good project to make that happen. So you don't have to put in like 5 different things. Ideally, your portfolio shouldn't be any longer than like 20 pages. Even that's getting really long. Most people only have 5 or 10. And any work that you feel like you like but isn't necessarily relevant to the application in particular should be put on your social media or on your website, because that's all stuff that if someone's interested in seeing and like hiring you and stuff, they probably will look at your website just to see what else you're capable of. It's not necessary to put in for your core portfolio. Do you know how do you know how sharp or soft to have value changes? I feel like I'll reblend everything. Great question. So, the edge control of a shadow can change the feeling of a form. And the reason why certain shadows are sharp and certain shadows are soft is because of the nature of how the shadow was created. If a shadow is cast by something, like, say, this chest piece, it casts a shadow on the arm, which makes it a harder shadow, because it's essentially blocking the light from filling in that space. So cast shadows are often harder edged, and the edge becomes softer as it falls away or gets farther away from the form that's casting it. And form shadows, like ones that describe form as it turns around a shape, are much softer, oftentimes because light is falling off of it gradually, and so that's what creates that like soft transition. So if you are shading something, it's a good idea to have a mix of both. Being able to juxtapose when soft shadows and hard shadows are on your character is a great way to show a mastery of knowing how light works. So I'd say in any instance where you have like an opportunity to put a cast shadow, you should definitely take it. And then any opportunity next to it that you have to put a form shadow that is in coherence with your lighting scheme, make sure that we have that clear, then yes, you should go for it. And so if you're feeling like you're overblending, take a look at what is causing that shadow to appear. If it's a cast shadow, keep it relatively sharp. And again, like, cast shadows also do become softer as they either, fall away from a form, or if they are, further away from the object that's casting it. And depending on like the nature of a form, you could potentially get a form shadow that's pretty sharp as well. But that's kind of the general rule for it. I was accepted to Art Center last fall, and I decided not to go due to COVID, and I don't plan on applying again. Do you think that was a mistake? It doesn't have to be a mistake if you don't make it out to be. I think there's a lot of things that you can think about in terms of, oh, what if I just did this? Oh, what if I went? What if I didn't go? All that stuff. It's a choice. You've made a choice, right? Now you just have to live and operate with the choice that you've made. It doesn't have to be a mistake if you just make the best of what path you're now on. You're in a new timeline. The timeline in which you didn't go to Art Center. Cool. How do you go on from here and make the best choices you can make? That's all you really need to worry about. Do you add an ArtStation portfolio link to an application, or do you have another set up like a PDF aimed towards that specific application? I'd say it'd be very smart to have a website dedicated to be a link that you can send out to people. ArtStation works. I feel like it's almost nicer to just have your own website portfolio site, but you don't need it. So yes, having an ArtStation or the portfolio site that ArtStation provides you for free is a good touch. But I recommend also having a PDF that you can also whip out at any opportunity, because some people are old-fashioned and they like PDFs. Some places require you to upload a PDF of your portfolio regardless, but more often than not, places are just accepting links instead. So having a website link that you can pull out at a moment's notice is very, very convenient. So I recommend it. Seems like I missed out on a bunch of it. We keep the VOD up. I'm hoping to start getting someone to edit the VODs for me so I can just upload them somewhere, because I really can't have that on my conscience. So hopefully I'd like to, but these VODs get deleted automatically after like 2 weeks. How are you feeling? Still good to keep going? Unfortunately, yes. I really should sleep, but I don't want to, so here we go. I also wanted to finish this, but talking makes me unproductive. But it's okay, because I like talking to people. How do you utilize line weight? You mean, like, how do you use line weight to convey something? Or, I'm going to assume that's what you mean. Line weight can convey a lot of different things. And I kind of covered this yesterday, I think, and I also cover it in my class. But line weight is, can convey depth, it can convey distance, it can convey lighting, it can convey form, and it can convey, like, importance. So how you utilize lighting is kind of a specific stylistic choice, because any of these are valid, and you can do all of these or do none of these, or do one very specifically. So in the instance of, for instance, like lighting, something that has a, like when you're drawing a form, anything in light would probably have a much thinner line weight compared to objects or things or shapes and planes in shadow. So the underside of an object might be thicker in line weight than something on the top side of an object, especially if that's where the light is hitting. In terms of depth, something that's closer to you, closer to the camera, closer to the viewer, will have a thicker line weight compared to objects further away from the camera and the viewer. These are all rules that you can follow, or you can just not follow any of them. I don't particularly follow any rule religiously. I use them when it benefits me the most. Ones that I use most often are in terms of, like, very soft indications of value, or like shadow, lighting, shadow. I'll usually typically make lines thicker if on the underside of an object, I will make the outside silhouette contour line of an object thicker than the interior lines. I will be very attentive to making sure that lines that describe an object in the distance are lighter, thinner, more delicate. And there are times where I don't care about those things at all. Did you want to finish this piece before you headed out? I don't know about finish, but we'll see how close we get. Can you share your shade colors on Twitter or Instagram? It will help also some advice on how to choose shade colors for multiple layers. So generally when you're picking a shadow color, you want to pick the color of the general, like, ambiance. So in a very, like, warm environment, your shadows are probably going to be really, really warm. And so you pick accordingly to that. I'm picking very generic shadow colors because there is no environment. It's not meant to have, this character's not meant to be in an environment. So I'm going with cooler colors as an established thing, and then I'm going to go back and change it to match the local colors a little bit more. So the shadow color of the skin will probably be a lot greener than the shadow color of, you know, like this brown chest piece. In instances of illustrations, I have a very different approach to coloring things. And this shade color is like a desaturated purple. It's close enough to blue to follow the classic, like, light is warm, shadows are blue, or shadows are cooler, so that's what I'm following. It's desaturated because I want to keep the shadows desaturated and the light areas saturated. That's all I'm really following. And I'm gonna fix that, or I'm gonna change it later on once I'm done defining the shadow shapes, which are taking me a lot longer than I thought they were going to, but what's new? Do you use different brushes for cast and form shadows? It generally depends on whether or not I am going for like this type of style, or if I'm just doing everything with one brush. If I'm going to make a form shadow, I'll pick something with a hard edge. If I'm going for a form shadow, I pick something with a soft edge. Going for a cast shadow, I go with something for a harder edge. That's pretty much the only difference that's changing here. Between the brushes that I'm using, and also depends on if I'm trying to make, like a specific side of the shadow harder edge and the other side softer edge. I have a brush for that. It's one made specifically for this purpose, and it's quite nice. I recommend making it yourself if you have the time. That's the shape. That's all it is. String it together. It looks like this. Whoa! And you set it to direction. You use it to make very quick edges for stuff. Kijin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm glad it could help you. How important is it to have a big following on social media? Does it affect getting jobs? It helps, that's for sure. But I don't think, like, most of my coworkers did not know that I have like a social media thing. At some point in the past, like, couple months, a lot of them have come up to me and it's like, I didn't know that you had that many Instagram followers. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, I do. I'm not like proud of it because it's like a, I don't know, they're all like older, so they're not really part of the whole like social media focused generation. So for them, it's just like a, does this mean you're famous? And I'm like, no, no. I'd say most people don't really care about what your social media following is, but it does help people find your account if they're looking on social media to, like, grab people's contact information. I'd say it's worth having a platform of some kind on social media. Not big, I'm just saying it's worth having one at least. Because at least on portfolio sites like ArtStation, Twitter and Instagram are nice, but they're a lot more casual. Having that kind of stuff is helpful, especially in the event that, you meet people and they're like, oh, can I follow you on social media? Can I get your whatevers? And it's really easy to give that out. And it's a lot easier to, like, have people keep in contact with you that way as well. So I would recommend having one. I don't think you need to have a big following. It helps, but it doesn't guarantee jobs, nor does it, it doesn't really guarantee anything, really. But I think it's worth having. That's all I say. Tell her to hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. Just wanted to say thanks for answering my questions, clear up misconceptions. Awesome. Glad it helped you. And thank you to everyone who's following right now. It's quite a crowd. Yes. When you get a concept art job, is it mainly contracted or full-time? You get the choice. There's not really typically about it. It really just depends on what market you're working in. Contract is quite common for, I mean, it essentially means like how available are you to work on stuff. I'd say there's not really a strict, like, it's more common for you to find contractors or full-time artists as concept artists. Generally, because of how closely tied concept artists are found, are in the pipeline process, a lot of companies prefer to have their concept artists be somewhat involved. And again, there's a difference between freelance and contract. When you're working freelance, you generally don't get too close to the process of, or any kind of internal team. This was what working on the Dota 2 Battle Pass illustrations was like. I was a freelance artist that they contacted to work a very quick contract to do some illustrations for their Battle Pass. I had only one person that I talked to. They fielded all critiques and feedback from the main team and delivered it to me. I did not meet anyone from the main team. I don't know anyone at Valve. I only knew the one person who was basically my manager and liaison at Valve on the main team. Talked with them, I did all of my stuff through them, and then when I, finished up my contract, they were the ones that handled everything on that side. When you're working a contract, not as a freelancer, but a contractor, typically you have a little bit more of a presence with the team. And this can range depending on the company. When you're working at, for some companies, being a contractor means that you're actually kind of a part of the team itself. You're just not offered the same benefits. You're not offered or required to do the same stuff, but you will be in the meetings, you will be there to kind of help the team on a much more closer level, all that kind of stuff. Occasionally, contractor follows more closely what a freelancer does, and you kind of only talk to the client or talk to whoever is managing you, but a contractor will typically have a much bigger contract agreement. They might be on for longer, their job might be a lot more intense, they might be asked to do more stuff, all that. And there's also an expectation that you're gonna be doing more than one thing. Freelancers tend to just do a one and done job and they're out. Contractors will tend to be asked to do a bunch of different stuff. They might be on the marketing team, and just tasked with doing a marketing, what is it? Like a whole marketing plan scheme thing, for like a couple months, and then that's when their contract ends. So, there's that distinction. It is not uncommon to find artists as contractors. Generally, though, most companies have a team of concept artists in-house that do the bulk of the actual designing, because it's really important that the team themselves have control over what the concepts look like. And then for one-off stuff like skins, card game illustrations like Legend of Runeterra stuff, those are all contracted out. Skins are all contracted out, or for the most part, some skins are contracted out for other companies. Magic, like Wizards of the Coast, operates on almost an entirely contractor basis. So, they have a couple of artists that are employed full time, and some artists that they invite back pretty frequently as contractors, but they get to do some more intense character designs. But it really depends on the kind of environment that you work in, and so it's not really too clear cut about whether or not concept is primarily one or the other. I will say generally I think it's a non-contractor thing, but I've been contracted to do concept before. Is it worth it to pursue a career in art if I live somewhere that doesn't have an industry established? I'd say that now more than ever, there's a lot more opportunities for US-based, whatever-based artists to work in the industry, but I can't really speak for anyone else's experience. I'd say a career in art is always worth pursuing if it's something you want to do. And I think that a lot of people have made it work despite living in places that don't have a very strong, art industry or isn't in the center of an industry. I've seen people make it work. I've seen those same people working in the same spaces that I work in, so it's not impossible for international artists to be in the same spaces as artists that work domestically in those fields. But I do know that, there's a lot more stuff that you guys have to worry about, like visas potentially for full-time offers. I think generally those people, it's a lot easier if you're international to get contractor stuff, remote contract work, in which case I think, you can make a pretty good living off of that. If you work 1 or 2 really lucrative contracts or have some really good clients, you can make an entire year's worth of salary off of just 1 or 2 clients. I'd say it's worth it, but it really will change how you operate in a professional space, what kind of jobs you look for, and how you structure that. It might not end up looking very typical, but art's a very fluid field. It doesn't matter if you don't go the same route as everyone else, as long as you make it work, right? How many hours in a day did you practice until you saw significant improvement? I have been drawing for 20-ish years. How many days is that? Can I dunk a basketball? No. What? Vin, thank you for the raid. You're very sweet. Thank you so much. I hope your stream went well. Can't wait for you to post your half-elf warlock more. I'm very excited to draw them more. I really like them. Do you just do the forms of the figure first while painting and then go for lighting, or did you already think of light source and then work with it? You should think of your light source first, especially if that's something important to the painting. I am kind of very loosely thinking about light source because I am a bad person. And I don't think about it as much as I should, and I should change that. Really, I should. But you can kind of see how all my shadows are falling on like this side of the figure. Because the light source is coming from here. But there are some things that don't make sense. And I'm gonna fix those maybe. But yes, you should be thinking about your light source first. Shelly, hello! How are you? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a really long time. Yes, it is quite a long time. I'd say, something that I kind of think about a lot is when I was younger, I played the violin because, coming from an Asian family, if you don't learn at least one instrument, who are you? And so I was learning violin. I had learned piano before, so I was like familiar with music. But I'm not musically inclined. I can't read music. I remember positions on, the keyboard or the fretboard. So I don't play music the way it's supposed to be played. And I was never musically inclined, but I did music when I was younger. And I remember being told to practice when I was younger. And oh my god, hated practicing with an instrument so much. I just wanted to be good at the thing. I'm pretty sure my parents got me a violin because I expressed an interest at one point, being like, hey, I think a violin would be cool, because I saw some professional violinists playing, and I'm like, that looks pretty fun. Playing violin is like all instruments, not very easy, very complicated, and to do it well requires so much dedication and commitment that I was not prepared to make at 11 years old. But, I remember mom telling me, like, hey, you need to practice. And I was like, for how long? And she's like, for as long as it needs to take for you to be better at it. Like what? But in my head, I was like, oh, but how long is it gonna take? And so, like, I remember setting, like, a clock on the bed, and I turned it away because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna play, and I'm gonna see how long it takes. And then I, like, practiced for, like, 10 seconds, and I looked at the clock, and I'm like, it hasn't even been that long. Like, when I was a kid, I was so obsessed with that idea of, like, how long is it gonna take for me to just be better? And that's not like a kid thing, that's an everyone thing. We're always very, aware of how long it takes for someone to be good at something, but it doesn't change the fact that it's very frustrating to not be making consistent progress, right? But the thing with progress is that, yes, just doing something a lot is a way to do progress. It's a way to grind for something, but it does not guarantee substantial progress. And how you kind of try to make everything count is by making sure that how you're practicing, how you're, progressing in your journey is done in a way that fits the way that you learn. It fits your current path, needs, and problems. And it feels in line with your goals and your aspirations. For me, that's kind of how I define it, but in essence what it is just like, it's not about how much time you spend learning anything. It's about, what it is you're learning, how it is you're learning it, and if that particular method of education actually makes any sense to you. Because I feel like a lot of people, they try to find the best way to learn something. They are always looking for like the best teacher, or they are always looking for like the best tutorial, when it's really just a matter of like, how does someone explain a concept to you? And that's what makes good teachers. When you're learning on your own, it's a lot of self-reflection, like figuring out what exactly makes sense to you in your head, and what problems you're currently trying to solve. It's a bunch of super like abstract concepts that make absolutely no sense, until you just realize like, all that really matters, it's not about the time. Like, if you're just sitting down, really internalizing the stuff that you're learning, really just like tackling the issue that you're dealing with at a full focused level, time becomes so irrelevant. It's just about how many steps does it take for you to get to the final destination. It's however many steps it's going to take. It's a constant like battle of refinement, of back and forth, of like trial and error. How long does that take? Maybe your whole life? Maybe a couple months? Maybe you'll get it the next day. Like, it's really kind of a toss-up. But I don't even know what I was talking about, actually. Now, I'm here now, and I don't know how I got here. How did I get here? I don't know. Anyways, education's weird. How does salary typically work through working in a pipeline studio versus freelance? I'm an aspiring concept artist and illustrator, but I do wonder realistically finances look like and work to actually make a living off of it. Of course, I want to do what I love. Okay. So I have a chapter on this as well in the class. But in essence, I think everyone knows that working in freelance there's a pros and cons list. Everyone knows you get to set your own schedule. Woo. You get to work from home. Woo. Although that's not exclusive anymore. But you never know where the money comes from. So you pretty much have to work. In your head at first, it just feels like you have to work all the time, right? But with freelance, it essentially just requires you to determine for yourself, like, how much work am I capable of taking on every year? How much work how am I able to price myself respectably in order to get the right amount of value out of the amount of work that I do? And how do I make sure that I take on enough stuff and have enough clients and am working in enough spaces where I can start building for the work I'm going to get next year, through the connections I'm making this year, so that I can not only reach my target income for this year, have enough for taxes, have enough for necessary living, have enough for, supporting the business and all that, and still have time for life, work-life balance, all that stuff. I've heard generally people recommend having an idea for how much money you want to be making every year, and then calculating how much you would have to earn every day in order to get that, taking out, free time, and vacations and like sick days, stuff like that you might hypothesize having to take during the year, and then basing your prices off of that. That comes with a whole other group of stuff, like, oh, how much should I be pricing? What is my art actually worth? What kind of clients am I able to get that are willing to pay certain prices? How do I negotiate contracts? How do I, do all this stuff? That gets so much more complicated. But you can make a really decent living off of contracts. Like, as a freelance artist, like, you can make like 60,000, depending on like what you're working at. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people get like 100,000 off of working contracts, but that's because they work for some big people. Like, you can make a really good living off of it. It's just a lot of constant like managing relationships, signing up for stuff, like getting into magazines is something that a lot of I've seen freelancers do because it's a form of marketing. Getting into other types of business, like passive income stuff, like streaming, Patreon, doing like business stuff, like having their own shops and stuff that they manage. Having multiple streams of income is the primary thing that I've seen most people talk about when it comes to having and maintaining a freelance or self-employed career. When it comes to working in-house, this often depends on the size of the company you're working for, the clout of the company that you're working for, and the position that you're going to get. Classically, juniors, like starting position people at companies, range anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000 a year for a mid-level to high-level, or mid-tier to like high-tier sized company. The smaller the company, perhaps the less that number is. I think generally most full-time employees will try to go anywhere from 30 to 40K a year. But I can't speak for indie companies. I can't speak for, anyone of like that kind of nature. Larger companies, though, the higher you get in terms of seniority, in terms of your position on a team, the higher your salary goes. And I've seen certain Riot artists walk away with base 100K plus salaries every year, like 130. And they might not even be leads, they might just be producers and stuff like that, of various teams, and the work that they manage every year gives them that salary. But that's for the big wigs, right? That's for the biggins. When you're working for like a mid-tier sized company, expecting around like 60 to 80K is probably about it. But I always recommend that people try and price a little bit higher than they think their maximum is. When I was working in freelance, I charged, and there's a lot of talk about whether or not you should be charging an hourly rate. My hourly rate when I was freelance was working $65 an hour. But I would always kind of try to edge towards $70 an hour, $70 USD an hour. When I felt like the company itself was on the larger end and they could support that kind of pricing. And normally that they don't bat an eye to that. Like, they don't. I've had people, they're like, $70 an hour, sure, why not? And to me that's crazy, but to them it's like, yeah, dude, we pay people 100K every year. There's no problem. We're definitely gonna be able to pay like a $70 an hour salary. But classically, most people work an average of 35 to 40 an hour, at like an actual job. freelancers much more capable of getting a higher per hour pay because your job tends to be shorter and therefore the burst of work that you do you can price a lot higher. But for for full-time people, kind of evens out a little bit depending on where you work and what kind of job you're doing. That's my very minimal understanding of finances within the professional world. I have not yet been around long enough to have a better understanding of it, so I would recommend checking out some other people who have been in the industry much longer than I and have better, a better experience with this sort of stuff. But that's just my experience, I guess. Haven't seen you on in a while? Yes, I haven't been able to stream in a very long time. Would you agree that self-learning is more rewarding? I'd say it's more frustrating. Rewarding? It's only if it ends up panning out, you know? I don't really have like strong, like I did self-teaching for a while as well. It's fine. Like, I think there was a point in the timeline where, it was very popular to be like, I self-taught, you know? But at this point, everyone's kind of self-taught, so, I think it's okay. Like, it's really nice to be able to say, like, I did this for myself, and I think it's a really good skill to have, to be able to teach yourself stuff, because, you have to do that all the time when you're working. Is it more rewarding? Are you taking any nootropics or psychedelics? No, I'm a very anti-drug person, so. How long you've been drawing, and then at one point you remembered your own music? Oh, that's why. What are your thoughts on AI and how it might change workflow and how it might reshape the professional industry? Here's the thing. Every game that you've seen ever released is pretty much way more expensive than it took to make. It's extremely expensive to make games, more than it actually is, because most people working professionally are doing work that goes unaccounted for. And that's not money investors are willing to pay for, but it's what it legitimately costs for that kind of work. And so there's just way too much stuff that goes into making a game. And I think AI has the potential to make it a lot cheaper to make games a lot faster and potentially save people a lot of stress and work and whatever. In a lot of in a lot of like specializations like animation, tech artists, all that stuff, automating something is a godsend because that's like kind of half the job is something I'm discovering. Just learning how to be able to automate a basic task can save you hours, not even hours, weeks of time. And so AI sounds like a really fun solution to that. I think that a lot of the fear, though, comes from artists being like, what if they take our jobs, And yeah, you can see people kind of experimenting with AI doing concepts and stuff. And I've had people ask me about, like, oh, doesn't this sound great? It doesn't. But I also am not worried because I don't think, like, if we get to a point where AI can come up with fun, interesting designs, the AI has probably better things to do than make character concepts for a video game. They're probably dominating the world at that point. They don't need to make character concepts. If they can come up with cool, interesting designs that the human brain is just like, wow, that's just as cool and entertaining as, like, the crazy subjective design processes that every other human has ever made in the history of games, we're probably dead as a species, okay? Like, personally, I don't think it's something I'm gonna worry about, because I think that the cool part about design is that it is stupid to assume that design is linear and it can be produced out of a single complex, even just like a complex piece of code. I think the cool thing about character design is that a stupid thing in one game is amazing in another thing. A stupid idea, a rule-breaking idea, a textbook-breaking idea in one instance is cool, fun, fascinating, funky, goofy, all those things in a different IP. And what really sells it is just the tiny, minute, subjective decisions that a designer makes. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it interesting. Can an AI do that? I don't know. I'm not really interested in trying to figure that out, because all I care about is, like, I don't really think a computer can come up with those happy accidents that are just out of the kind of, you know, weird, chaotic recesses of the human mind. Is it going to automate some other jobs? Perhaps. Will it always be for the best? Perhaps not. But in the places that need automation, I think it's going to do a lot of good. In the places that, like, don't really need it, I don't think it's going to change much. You know, I'm very interested to see an industry built entirely out of automated AI designers, artists, everything, because I'm pretty sure it's going to look like shit. So do you mostly say the price to a client for work, or sometimes big say the price to the client for work, or sometimes big companies say how much they will pay? Most companies are very interested in not paying you nearly as much as you want. This is not out of, like, greed, mostly. It's just, like, it's in their best interest to not pay that much for an artist. But most people, like, they're not out to try and get you to pay less, but they're not going to fight you if you don't give them a high price. Like, if you give them a low price, they're just going to be like, yeah, sure, heck yeah, we saved thousands of dollars with this artist compared to if we got another artist, you know, who set a higher price. They're not going to change that for you, and so it's in your best interest to be setting the price for yourself. Because if a company really wants you, they're going to be like, hey, that's a little out of our budget, but we really want to work with you, so are you willing to compromise? And they'll give you a price. And, you know, obviously have a barrier for how low you're gonna go, but generally they're going to give you something that's, like, actually in the range that you would have originally suggested. Which is why I always say, if you're going to negotiate with a company, judge how much clout they have and judge how big they are. Because if they can pay, then you should be giving them the maximum of your range. For me, that's like $75 an hour. I don't have the balls to go higher, but I will someday. And you know, if any big company ever comes knocking, I'm gonna just dish out that price as soon as I can, because setting high for them is not a crazy thing. They usually can typically take it. And I know it's scary for some artists who don't really have the experience of asking for, like, large priced things, but I swear to God, the professional sphere works in such a different way than Twitter. Twitter commissions, $100 is a steep price. These people don't bat an eye at a $20,000 like bill that they get from a freelance artist. It's like something that they're used to, you know? And so I always recommend going into a negotiation knowing exactly what you're going to offer, because typically they won't. They won't offer a price because they want to see what you're going to say. And they're kind of almost slightly banking on the fact that you're going to underprice yourself, because then it's easier on their budget. Right? And not, you know, again, not maliciously, it just is. But if you give them a price that's high but they can afford it, they're not going to be like, because if they do, maybe it's not a great person to work for, you know? And if they're just like, oh, I can't afford that, you know, if you're scared of that, you can always say, like, I'm willing to negotiate. But, you know, I scale it for every client. If I feel like a client is kind of smaller, they don't really have, they might not have as big of a budget, then I will go on the lower end, or make a special exception if I really want to work on their project. But the higher, the more clout a company has, or the more inconvenient their project is for me to do, the higher I'll price. Like, there's literally a thing called asshole tax, right? If it's the thing that you don't really want to do, but you kind of just want the money for it anyway, you can price it a little bit higher and see if they bite. Because if they do, you get paid more for a work that you didn't even want to do. But if they don't, then who cares? So, Pricing is a very fluid thing. I feel like there's people out there with much better grasps on like what you should actually do for it. I just kind of go for it willy-nilly. But I'm working now full-time somewhere, so I'm not taking any more freelance commissions for a while unless I like absolutely want to do it. So I'm kind of out of touch for a little bit. Are you following Chroma Court? No. How do you find clients? This is a tough one, right? And I kind of go into this a little bit in the class. Finding clients, for me, I never had the classic freelance experience, which is normally like you have a couple clients that come back to you. I've primarily worked with one-off people. And so like once I do a job, it's done, we don't talk to each other anymore. That's kind of how it typically goes for me. But clients can be anywhere. It can be someone who just magically has a lot of funding for something and they're looking for an artist to fulfill that goal. It could be a company that's on the prowl on social media and they saw your stuff and they want to contact you about it. Honestly, my best advice for finding clients is just to make yourself available. They're not going to know that you are available for work if you don't literally have your work available online for them to see. And I know it kind of hurts people that are like, oh, but I don't want to, do the whole social media game. Do it enough so that you can reap the benefits of having a presence online, because then people can easily, find you if they need an artist. Sometimes they keep you on a list for future references. I know I'm on a couple because they keep trying to ask me for stuff and I'm like, man, you always catch me at the worst times. Yeah, I'd say, posting stuff about projects that you work on, maybe even inserting yourself into stuff. Like if people are like, hey, we're looking for artists to work on this thing, and you're a part of a couple different projects, that also kind of subtly helps you, because you don't know who sees that kind of stuff. Being like posting about work that you're doing on your own time is a really good thing. Keeping an active profile to some extent about like your current style, your current interests. There's often, I think there used to be like fairs where you could, go and meet people, meet with clients. Obviously you can always cold call people. You can email them being like, hey, if you ever need a person doing this thing, here you go. Sometimes, like, if you apply and then get rejected for any reason, sometimes they reject you just because they found someone else that was just slightly better, or they realized that they didn't really actually need someone to fill the position, or for any reason. That doesn't mean they might not contact you later on. And in fact, that happened to someone that I know. They did an interview, didn't get chosen, but like 2 years later was contacted by this company being like, hey, we actually need someone. Are you available and interested to work with us? So there's a lot of different ways for that kind of interaction to happen. I am not necessarily super knowledgeable on how to do it the official way, but there are plenty of resources out there by people who have been doing freelance stuff most of their life, and they have a much better indication of how you can find clients. In my perspective, though, most of my clients have been from social media of some kind. They have found me through my website or my work for other people, or through my own personal accounts. That's where pretty much all of my things have come from, except for this one off thing. I accepted some dude on LinkedIn. Because I just, whoever sends me an invite on LinkedIn, I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, I don't know who you are. He was a friend of a teacher of mine who I also had on LinkedIn, and he doesn't have an online social media, and I know that because I checked. But he found me through LinkedIn, saw my website because it was on my LinkedIn, and then gave me the job that eventually became the Dota 2 illustration gig that I got. So, could be happening anywhere. But what matters is that I was there and on that site and available for someone to contact. So being available, showing that you're around, putting out pieces that, kind of constantly remind people like, hey, I'm doing stuff still. All good, very nice ways to do that effectively. And, you never know when an opportunity is going to come up from someone, from somewhere. So keep your eyes peeled. What music do you like to listen to? Depends on the mood that I'm in. If I'm particularly stressed out, it's musicals. If I'm particularly, like, in a mood, not stressed, but, like, in a mood, I typically listen to, like, higher level, or, like, higher energy type songs. So, like, K-pop to pop to rock to alternative to all that stuff. If I'm, like, in a bit of a melancholic mood, I'll listen to, like, lo-fi, I'll listen to jazz, I'll listen to R&B. If I'm in a, like, I don't know, a nostalgic mood, I'll listen to, like, old anime openings or whatever. Very random, depending on what headspace I'm in. Where am I most active? Honestly, it used to be Instagram, it used to be Twitter, now nowhere. Because I'm rediscovering privacy. We're in our privacy arc currently. Yeah, it used to be a bunch of spaces, but I've been taking my personal time very seriously. And I am very rarely anywhere. And I quite like it, actually. I feel like at this point, I kind of don't want to play the social media game anymore, because I've discovered over quarantine that I actually quite like being by myself and having just like one or two people that I talk to. And, before, I think that would have made me sad, because I'm like, am I really just antisocial? Is that what it's become? Is there no hope for me? But I think I like when life is calm and not chaotic and full of people that are distracting me from like what I'm actually trying to do with my life and my goals and my dreams. And sometimes being a part of social media and being a part of all these communities and discords and all this stuff is just not very conducive to that. And as much as I like meeting new people, I like living the life I want to live more. So I'm taking less work. I'm less active in spaces. I don't talk to nearly as many people as I used to. And it's been really nice. I feel like I'm able to like more clearly think about my own goals, because I no longer have to like navigate other people's like anxieties and worries and like their own things that they like. All that matters is what I'm interested in doing on a day-to-day basis. I don't use sites specifically to get any clients. I'd say Instagram seems to be pretty popular amongst people. There are like other portfolio sites like ArtStation, pretty popular for like entertainment media stuff. There's like Behance, there's a bunch of other stuff. Elo, I think, is used for graphic designers. Like people, there are sites that you can use that are meant for these like basically recruiters. But more and more often now, a lot of my personal like offers have been coming from people who just like found me on social media. One of their team members follows me on Instagram, and like they're like, they made a recommendation and then the recruiter contacted me, So again, very untraditional ways to find clients. And because I no longer work in freelance, I never had to wholly depend on freelance for my sole income. And that colors my advice a little bit. Did you create the design for that Wind Ranger set, or were you hired just for the illustration? Just for the illustration, which is a thing that a lot of people didn't understand when I first talked about getting that job. There was another designer that did the stuff that designed Wind Ranger, and they had in-house designers design the other two Arcanas as well, or the Arcana for Queen of Pain, and then the other thing for the character for that other one. So I just did the illustration. Are you a competitive person? I think by nature, yes. I try to temper that a little bit. I think being competitive is nice. Like, I think if you're around people with good nature and everyone's kind of like, it's friendly, being competitive with your friends is not like a terrible thing, because being competitive is what pushed me originally to like actually like take my art seriously. And it was because I was feeling competitive with a like classmate that I actually started working really hard, and I feel like I made the most progress because of my motivation to work harder, to feel like I belong in the same space. But it's also very easy to misconstrue jealousy and like loathing for healthy competition. But yeah, I am a little competitive. I think I've always been. How long have you been drawing in Photoshop? I started using Photoshop CS2 back in like 2009, 8, something like that. A while. How do you draw without structure? And when you draw on paper, do you draw with structure? I've been drawing like humans most of my life. And so there's a point when you draw something enough where you kind of just don't need to draw the structure to understand what the end result's going to look like. And I describe it using an analogy where everyone learned to write a language if you were able to go to school. And everyone learned to write their language in stages. The first stage is just learning how to like hold a pencil and write a letter. You don't know the meaning of the letter, you don't really understand like how it all forms, but you get the basics of it. And eventually, you use guides for that stuff, and eventually once you're done, like once you've kind of like memorized how to write letters, you start learning words. You start learning more than just how to write words, spell words, you learn what words mean. And then once you get how words like what they mean, you get to form them into sentences. Then you start getting into explaining concepts, into explaining, things that you observe, things that you're trying to convey. You start learning how to use letters and words and sentences to do that kind of stuff. Once you get to a point of doing that, and you've done it enough, you're able to write essays and all that stuff, you don't need a guide on how to write letters anymore. You don't need to ghost in like a sketch of the letter before you write it. You know how to do it. You've done it enough. That's essentially what the type of drawing that I do is like. Drawing from imagination, drawing without guidelines. It's because there's a very specific type of drawing that I like to do. Very specific type of the way that I draw is very much in line with like how I personally enjoy drawing. And I've been drawing enough where I don't need the guidelines to kind of just guess what things are going to look like. And this is a lot more common than I think people assume. Their immediate assumption is like, oh, this is like Kim Jong-gi stuff. But your average Twitter artist can do this too if you're drawing in an anime style. Like, they know how to draw a face. They don't need to like proportion out where the cheeks come out. Like, they have muscle memory for that stuff. And I'm essentially operating on muscle memory because I know not only what these things would look like based on my experience drawing stuff like this in the past. But I also can envision these forms, and I can envision what the muscles look like, how the pose works, if a figure is arched in a certain way, what kind of things would change on their clothing, in their anatomy and all that stuff. I can kind of guess what it's gonna look like because I've been drawing these things for long enough, frequently enough, that I don't need to really do too much visualization beforehand. That's the long and skinny of it. When I draw on paper, do I draw a structure? Sometimes if I need it. And again, like, I have to emphasize that if I need to use structure, I'm going to use it. If I need to sketch, I will. But on paper, same thing. If I don't need to draw the sketch for it, it's probably because I've been drawing that kind of stuff for a long time. And this is only really with characters that I can do this. If I'm drawing a car, if I'm drawing an environment, I'm probably going to sketch it. Why? Because I don't do those things very often. And I am not confident in being able to convey what I want to convey quickly and efficiently without guidelines, so I'm going to use them. That's just how it is. How much do you research and gather references before going into a character design? I cover this in my class, as you're going to hear me say a lot, because I worked really hard on that class. But I've heard people say that doing too much research and reference and like doing too many of these things is counterproductive, and I agree. I generally try to keep my research at a minimum to a couple hours of like figuring out the technical stuff. So how do I draw the thing? What are the technical aspects of the thing? Like if I'm drawing a character, getting historical references if I need it. Like if I'm going to draw a plate of armor, I actually get pictures of metal and armor and, you know, weapons and stuff like that. And then I have my kind of aesthetic. What? Who? Robert! How are you? How's it going? I haven't talked to you in a while. It is past my bedtime. I got work tomorrow. Oh, did he put you guys up to telling me to go to bed? That's nice. That's nice. I'm not going to bed. You know why? Because I had boba like 20 minutes ago, and I've taken 2 naps today. There's no bedtime for me now. It's over for me. But thank you everyone for your concern. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I was answering questions. What was I saying? Yeah, so typically references, I don't do anything more than like a day of research. So that includes physical, technical reference, that includes abstract reference. So like if I'm taking an inspiration from like an abstract object, you know, pictures for that. I try to limit it to like 1 page of photos. And just work with that, because I think having too many references can sometimes make it really hard for you to consolidate your own ideas, and you get too wrapped up in like finding nice pictures and less on, you know, how the fewer the pictures to describe most of your ideas, the better, is generally how that goes. Hey Calvin, hey everyone. Do you have any tips for casted shadows? I kind of winged them actually. But casted shadows. How do I describe casted shadows? I don't know how to describe casted shadows. Now that Cintiq is here, I feel weird about talking about stuff, because he's got. Here's the thing. You want like really good foundational learning, go look at Cintiq's stuff, because he's got years and years worth of content way before I started getting into any of this stuff. But what you really need to think about with casted shadows is like it's it's the space in which light can't reach because it's being blocked by an object. So it has to be determined by where your light source is, and it should follow the form that it's lying on. So, you know, if you underneath the shape of the cast shadow is a form that has a lot of overlap, it's got a lot of different depths, and it's, you know, it's not flat, then your cast shadow kind of has to conform to that as well. If it's a different material, you have to think about how your cast shadow is going to react onto that material. Depending on how far away the object that's cast in the cast shadow is, you might have to, you know, figure out how soft the edges should be, and consider, you know, the slight changes to the kind of the quality of that cast shadow, as well as like how the lighting is. If the lighting is kind of diffused, then you know, you have to consider, am I going to have cast shadows at all? Probably to some extent, but how harsh are they going to be? All that stuff. Everything affects how a shadow is going to appear. The quality of it will shift based on a lot of factors. And I don't care very much about the technical aspects of all that stuff, so I just wing it. Are the angular bulges of the lower body muscles and the round contours of the upper body intentional? Kind of. Not really. Just kind of dependent on like how I was feeling. I was like, let's go for some sharper muscles today. That's all. Time for bed, time for bed. All these people are saying it's time for bed, time for bed. Can you show us what layers do? So I've got a base layer. This is everything. Flat. None of it. This is a multiply layer. Basic shadow color that I had, which is like a purpley thing. Desaturated purple. And then I put on a hard light layer. Hard light's interesting. I'm not using it for the reason I should be using it. I'm just kind of using it because I got bored. And I put in some like lighter shades. Hard light's got a whole feature to it that I would recommend checking out at some point if you haven't ever used hard light for anything. But it's fun. It's funky. I'm just using it as like basically a light layer. And that adds like, you know, highlights and stuff. And then this one, I don't know what I'm doing with this one. Is there anything on here? Oh, I put in some shiny bits. Is it good for all art styles? I would say yes. How do you determine the color of a shadow? Typically, it has to do with the ambient lighting that you're working with in the piece, if it has like an atmosphere you're going for. When I'm not working with a very specific like atmosphere, color palette or anything, I default to warm highlights, cool shadows. And when I say cool shadows, I mean desaturated cool shadows. Because ideally, you'd probably, in a very basic sense, want your shadows or your highlights, anything in light, to pop out, to have saturation, more so than the things that you're trying to not show. So your things in shadow. So for me, I go with like a, not totally blue because it's kind of unnatural. I go with like a little bit of a purple desaturated tone. So like something like this. I might even desaturate it a little bit more. And I use that as my base shade because it's dark enough and has enough desaturation to kind of give me the effect I want. And then I go in again with different colors to kind of match it to the local color of the thing that I am shading. I do this because I'm lazy, and this is the quickest way for me to not think about light and color and all that stuff. And get the job done. So yeah. Can you show your rough sketch? This is the rough sketch. How do you lighten or darken a color? Do you shift hues? No. You shift the value of a color to make it lighter or darker. I think some people call it tinting and shading. Essentially, you just move it up or down on the color wheel. And there's a lot more stuff that goes into making or picking a good highlight light color for things, because you don't really just want to go up and down on not the color wheel, the hue cube, what they call it. You go up and down on the hue cube, which means you add more white to it or add more black to it or something in traditional terms. You want to do more than just that because it makes very desaturated tones. So oftentimes people will go, in a classic example, they'll go slightly more saturated and warmer for the highlights, and they'll go desaturated and cooler for the shadows. And that doesn't necessarily mean huge jumps in the value in the hue. It kind of just means like moving it just a little bit and then going more gray, more desaturated, and slightly darker. You'll realize that like you don't have to make big leaps in color for it to look really different. And in fact, color theory, I'm discovering, is not so much about actual differences in color, but it's more about the perceived relationship between colors. It's about how two colors juxtaposed to each other, how that changes your perception of it. That's actually what color theory is about. Not really about picking color palettes. It's so much more involved with light and value and the theory of that kind of stuff, way more than it is just like, does green look nice next to pink? But it's not something I really recognized until, like, really recently. What's my drawing tablet? Check the FAQ. Did I want to add stuff to this? This is like following up on a bunch of other drawings that I made for other peeps. And I forget what the rest of them look like. They look different. What did I do for this one? An overlay layer? Okay. Oh, I didn't even do a full body for that. Okay. Whatever. Someone's getting a full body. I don't care anymore. I knew I was like putting too much effort into this one. I was like, I feel like I didn't do this for the other ones, but I kind of don't remember what the other ones looked like. So I guess this is how it's gonna look. I don't remember. Good night. Good night, good night. This character is a rogue. Yes. This is not my character. This is a coworker's character, and I am merely drawing her. I have drawn most of the other people in the campaign so far, and I'm just continuing the trend. I've so far done all the ones that have concrete designs that they've sent to me. There are, I think, 6 people currently a part of the campaign. Who knows how many of them will actually be playing, but only, including me, only 4 of us have had designs out for me to draw. And I'm still waiting on like 2 of them to actually like figure out what their design looks like. Yeah, I mean, the idea of it is that most likely most people won't be around all the time to be playing, so it's set up in a way so that if someone just isn't around to play, then we can just leave them behind and they'll just be like, hey, I'm gonna go do this thing, and it's like, yeah, cool, whatever. Because yeah, everyone who's playing it are like people that have other things that they're doing. And so it's not very logical for them to be there for every session. So that's kind of how I think the DM is skewing it. Get up and stretch. I will get up and stretch. Ugh. Wow. All the blood rushing to your head. Yeah, I was not the one who designed this. My coworker Paige did. Yeah, and she looks very, very cool. My water? No. I'm gonna drink it though. What do you mean? Look me in the eyes and tell me that's cursed. It is 1:17 a.m. I should not be up, except I am. I'm gonna repaint this a little bit. Probably. It does seem like she has red hair, so I will fix that. Oh wait. There's a detail I missed there, but I'm not gonna return to it, so it's okay. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. There are some things that you cannot question. When you want to draw, do you have the sensation that you've done this before too many times? Like, every time I want to draw a face or pose, I feel like I'm drawing too many faces, or am I just doing this? Well, if that's how you feel, then it might be your brain telling you that it wants to try something new. So, you know, take note of what you typically draw and start looking for reference that breaks that pattern. I do have instances where I feel that way, but I have made an effort in the past couple of years to start, like, diversifying my repertoire of, like, faces that I draw, proportions that I draw, all that stuff. So, while yes, sometimes I do still feel that way, I have felt that way less and less because I've made an effort to diversify my visual library, all that kind of stuff. So if you're feeling like you've perhaps run into a wall with the things that you're able to make on your own, it could be time to start doing some more research and changing up your status quo. I always support people, you know, questioning their own, like, norms, like their own habits. I think it's very helpful to, once in a while, kind of evaluate, like, what habits am I making that I want to change? What are things that I could do better, more efficiently, differently, that would help push me out of my comfort zone a little bit more. Ah, yes. Yeah, I drop a lot. Toja, I forget. Are you able to mess with my Nightbot stuff? Like commands and stuff? Could you change the text to that Class 101 thing to get rid of the colon marks around the emote? I think I was too used to DeviantArt emotes and I put those colon marks and I think it's breaking the emote. Thank you. Oh, really? Okay. Well, then just take it out then. It's okay. I'm glad. I always find it really fun when people say that they're drawing alongside during the stream. Because that's what I used to do. I used to watch people stream and draw alongside them. I think it's very fun. Good night. I hope you have a good rest. morning, Severn. Nice. Thank you. Okay. I mean, kind of the same thing. What brush do you commonly use for light multiply layers? I'm using hard round pressure passing 100% with that. I use a mixture of hard opacity brushes with airbrushes and this brush. If it'll let me. Oh, because I'm on an eraser. So it's like one edge is hard, one edge is soft. Really nice for making quick folds. How you make it is you make that shape. Set it to direction so that it follows the direction of the brush. And then set it so that each of these shapes are really close together, which is why you can see that like line is them overlapping. Very quick and easy. A lot of people fake this by just like making a selection then using the airbrush tool for it. Same deal, a little bit more control, but I get very bored with making selection tools or making a selection then having to go back and do whatever, so I just bake it. But yeah, those are the main brushes I use airbrush, hard round opacity, that brush, and that's it. Get up and stretch. I will. Hoi.
Have I saved an oil?
Good question, actually. Have I played Hades before? Yes, I have. Just want to say your class one. I'm glad it made a difference for you. Do you think it's possible to find a job with an anime-inspired portfolio in Europe, or is it an Asian thing only? That is changing. It used to be a pretty big stigma in the Western industry, but people realized it was stupid. So then now it's pretty easy to... Not easy. I mean, it's about as easy to get a job doing anything else. But it is not as much of a stigma anymore to do anime-related stuff in the West. Because it was always stupid. And people are now realizing, like, you can't stop it. The current generation of creatives probably grew up on some form of anime or Ghibli movie. So at this point, like, even if they wanted to remain mildly racist, they can't. Because otherwise they'd be out of workers. So, you know, it's over. You can get a job doing anything. Just depends on the availability of those types of jobs and whether or not your work is something that people are in the market for at any given point in time. That's really what defines it. But yeah, not so much anymore. Yes, the future of weebs is now. Get in on it. Well, it wasn't just animation that had the idea for that. And again, the idea of using Asia as a form of cheap labor because they knew it was easier to underpay people there. Still kind of predatory. But before, it was just the idea that a lot of Western professionals didn't creatively, visually agree with their stereotype of what anime was. The funny thing is that a lot of those people grew up on stuff like Akira, Neon Genesis Evangelion, a lot of the old 90s stuff, a lot of the old 90s and 80s stuff, but they still were like, that'll never have a place here, because, you know, the classic stereotype of anime was like Sailor Moon and super big-eyed stuff. That's the thing that everyone always brought up, despite the fact that they knew that that wasn't the only form of it that could exist. They just wanted to keep their version of the Western, you know, art style pure. And because the West does not have a very good distinction between media for adults and for kids. Or no, it has too good of a distinction between media for adults and for kids. So anime is traditionally a children's animation. It's not meant technically for adults, but adults can indulge in it and no one gives a shit. But in the West, the content given to adults and kids is very separated. And it's almost painfully so because, you know, stuff for kids is and working on stuff for kids is generally seen as relatively uncool in comparison. And so for some Western artists at the time, working in a style meant for children was not deemed as being professional. And so you had a generation of people growing up with professors that knew nothing about the art style, had no experience with it necessarily, but still ready to kind of deem it as you know, an unlivable style to have. Granted, at the time, because everyone had the perception, it would have been pretty dangerous to have an anime style maybe like 20, 30 years ago. But at this point, pretty much everyone has seen at least one, if not, they are very familiar with it. And they also, like, it makes no sense for games in particular. And I you know, don't understand it because it's like, if you look at most of the games that a lot of Western gamers have grown up with, a good portion of them come from Japan. A good portion of them come from Asian countries. And And it's not like these people are blind to it, like, you know, as universal as Smash Brothers and Street Fighter might be. I feel like people aren't like ignoring the fact that they're from Asia, but they still seem to have a misconception that when it comes to art, there is no other style except the one that they deem as being unprofessional. But rant aside, it's changing now. People don't really care. It's just a matter of, you know, is that style going to help you get the job that you want? That's the real question. Where can I get that brush with a soft and hard edge? It's in a lot of brush packs now. You can make it yourself if you want. What do you think of the new Studio Ghibli film? The fact that it's 3D really scares me. I mean, new Ghibli is not the same as old Ghibli. So for me, you know, whatever new Ghibli does, it's whatever. Like, I'm probably not gonna like it because not for the reasons of the fact that it's 3D or anything, but just the fact that I haven't liked a lot of the recent stories. I think they're trying too hard to be the version of Ghibli that Hayao Miyazaki made, but they don't have to be. They could be a new version of it because it's almost predominantly made of people that aren't Hayao Miyazaki. You know, I don't personally like the style. If it works, it could work. But if the story's not good, like I haven't liked the stories thus far, I'm not gonna watch it regardless. So I'm not, you know, necessarily against the fact that it's 3D. I'm just hesitant to say that I'd like it as a movie. Just because I haven't liked the direction that they've gone in recent years. I'd be very happy to see a version of Studio Ghibli that is outside of the influence of Hayao Miyazaki. I think Hayao Miyazaki wouldn't want his studio to be just a derivative of everything that he's ever made in his life. But people aren't willing to let go of the fact that Hayao Miyazaki is kind of, you know, moving on in his life with other stuff. And even if he, you know, does come out of retirement for the 50th time, doesn't necessarily mean that it's like, oh no, it's back now, we're back in the golden ages. It's like the golden ages are over. He has a different method and a different interest in storytelling, and that's fine. I would love to see a new age Ghibli. I'd love to see Ghibli as a studio kind of continue to grow past the lifespan of its own creator, its own progenitor, but I don't think people are ready for that. I don't think the studio is ready for that, and I don't think there's enough new blood ready to take on that challenge in the studio just yet. And I could be wrong. Maybe this movie that they're making is actually going to be really interesting, and the fact that it's 3D maybe actually works in its benefit. I have no idea. But based on, like, Mary and the Witch's Flower and, like, a bunch of other stuff that they've done, I'm not a big fan of new Ghibli. You know, funnily enough, Wizards of the Coast, I had one of their art directors tell me anime will never have a place in in like Magic the Gathering or whatever. And then, like, you know, Japan has the anime cards, duh, but at the same time, like, then they came out with cards where I'm like, how different is this from anime? Not very different. So, you know, it's really about who you show it to. Nausicaa and Princess Mononoke are my two favorites. I'd say Nausicaa just on the basis that, like, Nausicaa meant so much to me as a kid. Princess Mononoke because it has some of my... It, like, was one of the first movies that, like, made me excited about the potential of art. In storytelling, really. I really love the idea that really like the world that Mononoke kind of established in my head. I don't know if it's actually faithful to what Mononoke ended up being, but in my head, it was really sick. And so I've always really liked Princess Mononoke for that reason. And you know, it's nice. I like most of their old movies, like Porco Rosso's up there, Castle in the Sky is up there, Kiki's Delivery Service is a little lower, Spirited Away is a little lower, Totoro's a little lower, because I watched all three of those so much when I was a kid. But yeah, definitely like Nausicaa and Princess Mononoke are my top. Porco Rosso and Castle in the Sky are second. Everything else is kind of like below that. Artists should not give away their secrets. I like, what secrets? Like, you can have techniques, that's for sure. And you can have, like, you know, I guess, like, a process or something. But at the end, all of us eventually come back to the same conclusion. Like, that's the big thing that I've realized, is, like, as much as we fight it, we all just eventually come back to the same lessons that people 2,000 years ago figured out. Because art's not very complicated. Once you get to a certain level of art, you realize that it's all fundamentally stupid to consider this thing as being more complex than it is. Art can be extremely simple and extremely complex at the same time. What do you do with that information? I don't know, some people just say fuck it, like, who cares? For some people, going into the nitty-gritty of art is pretty interesting. It adds to their life, and, you know, that's where you get all the old artists being like, I feel like there's something more to life that I haven't figured out yet. It's because they're trying to, like, grapple with a very, you know, semi-complex, semi-simple topic, and I think fundamentally there's no point in really, like, hiding your techniques from people, because, like, what's the point? I get people, like, in certain circumstances, sharing their secrets is like, hey, can you give me the details of your, you know, business partners so that I can just hop on to the tail end of this, I can piggyback on this relationship that you've spent years building. Like, that's where I'm like, it's fair to not share that, because that stuff actually takes, like, personal investment. But when it comes to, like, techniques, to brushes, that kind of stuff, I don't see a point to hiding that. But, you know, people have different parameters for what secrets means. Of course. Happy to be here. No place for Tales of Earthsea. Tales of Earthsea, I need to read the original of Tales to Earthsea because I am appalled at what Goro did to that classic. Tales to Earthsea is the only Ghibli movie I have ever turned off. Physically turned off. Could not finish Tales of Earthsea, the movie. And I know it's not because of the story itself. Tales of Earthsea, in my mind, is actually like a bad movie. What do you think differentiate Western and Japanese style drawings? So this is where, like, the lines really blur, because really a lot of people they quantify Japanese style stuff with simplification. What's your degree of simplification? What are you taking out of the representation of an object to achieve a certain look or aesthetic? Japanese art is more often focused on aesthetics. It's more focused on creative choices to create a desired image. And that often is focused on making an image aesthetically more pleasing, aesthetically prettier, or even just aesthetically relevant. So even if it's not necessarily pretty, it fits the tone and the atmosphere of something. A lot of, like, horror, like Junji Ito, for example, Berserk, for example, like, it's not necessarily gorgeous in the way that, you know, like class like Violet Evergarden is, you know, it's all focused on like, oh, how shiny are these things, you know. That's not what things like Junji Ito, Berserk, they're not necessarily focused on that, but it's a very specific stylization that focuses on, you know, what do you simplify and what do you not. Western art has very traditionally been more about a couple different things. If you're looking at modern art, it's a lot more focused on like form complements function. So this is like classic concept artist TM type stuff, where they are all about how the form of something is like very logically represented in the function of something. And what that means is that oftentimes the creative aspect of something, the creative liberties one can take with something, is semi-undercut for the sake of maintaining some kind of technical reality. It's not a bad thing. It's just a very specific philosophy of designing stuff. And also Western artists, like a lot of comic artists classically, there's a very different take on what stylizing reality means. And again, all very subjective. There's no definitive stuff about this, because I would consider certain things to be pretty adjacent to anime without actually being anime, but you talk to the person and they're like, yeah, no, I just draw stylized stuff. Everything's stylized. You know, it doesn't really matter. But some people only base it off the fact that if the creator is Japanese, then it is anime, and if the person's not Japanese, but it's very reminiscent of a Japanese IP, then it's anime. I don't think the distinction really matters. I think it's a way to label what your interests are, but on a more basic level, like, you can like someone's art and not be able to place it in whichever category. And I think people's insistence on there being like a distinction is very strange. It's a conversation of labeling, where I kind of am on the side of like, who cares really? But you know, it helps people come to terms with what kind of style they like, and you know what their preferences are. But if you ever read, so I recently picked up the manga for Nausicaa, because Nausicaa was a manga that he made so that he could make the film. That shit's depressing as hell, y'all. That shit's depressing as hell. The movie version of Nausicaa, very simple, very, you know, it's actually quite lighthearted. It's pretty, it's like an equal amount of like dark and lighthearted. The manga version of Nausicaa, shit goes down, and shit keeps going down, and it makes me very uncomfortable. So in my head, I've had to kind of like come to terms with like, okay, yeah, this is Nausicaa, but I kind of like the movie version of Nausicaa more, because at least in that one she has like a happy ending. Because my dude, fucking the oops, I didn't mean to do that. The manga gives Nausicaa's just like a broken person by the end of that. Whoa. Okay, one last thing on this character, and then I'm done noodling her, because I really should have stopped like an hour ago. I typically go to bed around this time anyway. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know if if I actually want to do this at all. Okay, wait. I'll be right back. It is so warm in my room. Bleh. Okay. I'm gonna call this one done. The window is open. The fan is going. I am wearing summer clothes. It is just warm. That's a pretty cool design. I will let my coworker know that you like her design. What is this? Close that. I'm gonna be a bad person and I'm gonna work on my character. Maybe for like 10 more minutes or something, I don't know. Where I currently work, I work at a company called Protagonist Games. It's a third-party production house. I don't go to bed until like 3 a.m. most days anyway. I took 2 naps. I don't know what happened to me today. I took 2 naps. 2 naps. And now I'm wired. Absolutely wired. I've been using a different brush set for this. Where is it? What brush do you normally use for line art? I have this available for people to get for free if you're a sub, but on Gumroad if you need it. I use typically very textured brushes. Lately I've been using this a lot. It is an angled brush. Opaque, it's nice. I like textured things. That's all. This is more sketchy because this is my character and my art, and my stuff. The other stuff I kind of developed like a pattern for everyone else, and so they all got the same like style for it. but because this is my character, I've drawn her like twice at this point. And both times it's been like a personal painting. Like this was the other one that I did for her. Very painterly because I wanted to try it. But everyone else got a very standard painting, or not painting, drawing from me. How do you keep your style consistent for a project? I don't put too much emphasis on keeping a style consistent, but if it's important to you, defining the key hallmarks of a style is probably a good touch. So like knowing, you know, proportionally what are the things I'm defining for this style, and what are the, like, what's the process for coloring so I can do that every single time. You know, some people have a very specific coloring style when they do certain things for a project, so they will just go back to using the same tools, the same brushes, using the same coloring process, the same post-processing process for everything in regards to that project, so everything remains consistent. I don't put too much of an emphasis on it because I'm really bad at that stuff. I have a question about reference. Recently I wanted to do a fantasy celestial character, but I didn't know what to search in terms of real reference for costumes that crazy. So with reference, I always recommend people find stuff that's like not necessarily related, but has the kind of like language or atmosphere that you're looking for. And if you're looking just for like weird costumes, looking up avant-garde fashion has always served me pretty well. I have like a board on Pinterest that I use every time if I'm like starting a costume project and I really want to go like kind of nuts for the first bit. I'll look up avant-garde pieces. They're, you know, fashion that doesn't necessarily conform to the standards of wear, but they are really good for shapes and really dynamic kind of concepts. So I look at that a lot. And then I will also find reference that has, you know, little to do with the actual concept, but more to do with the shapes and the interesting design motifs that I kind of want to grab. So I typically go to stuff like insects, beetles, architecture, objects, stuff like that. I very commonly use beetles in a lot of my designs because I think they have some really cool shapes. And it often has nothing to do with the color palette, the scheme, the whatever, but it has everything to do with the big major silhouette shapes of a costume or a character. And yeah, you know, it's like, I think people put too much of an emphasis on finding reference that exactly fits the thing that they're looking for, so they'll often use like pre-existing concepts by other artists, or they'll use like literally pictures of like the moon or another dress that did the celestial concept. It's like the more you can use references unrelated to your thing, the better you're training yourself to see design as not just I'm designing a car, so I should look at cars. It should be I'm designing an object, a shape, with a very specific premise, and I should be trying to innovate on that premise. That's how you should be approaching research. It's an opportunity for you to innovate on the premise that you've established for yourself. In order to do that, you kind of need to open up your world to other things outside of the scope of your thing. Obviously, you can still look up references. That's why I always like references for that object. That's why I always have a section of my page that's dedicated to like, here's how you draw the car. Here's how you know, would theme it. It has like stars or a very specific like moon motif that I want to keep in. Those are like straightforward references for stuff. a lot of my other energy gets devoted to trying to find ways to innovate on that concept. This brush is from it's like a, what's his name? He's on ArtStation. Let's see. I think it's this guy. If you go on this guy's store, I'm using his oil brushes that he has on his ArtStation, and they're really nice. There's a collection of mixer brushes and just straightforward brushes that have really nice textures, and I've been trying it out, and it's very, very cool. Well, it's a slow, transition out of a comfort zone. Like, if you ask me to design something out of the blue, I'm probably not gonna make like a super crazy, innovative design. I'm not a naturally design-oriented person, so I don't think about things necessarily in that way from the get-go. It's something I've had to sort of force myself to do while doing work and while working on design projects. So I've gotten used to, defaulting to a format or in a method that forces me to do that kind of stuff. And research is one of the big ways that I kind of force myself out of my comfort zone. Looking up references for things that are totally not related, that can offer, like, some kind of, new, fresh take on the thing, because that's essentially what design is. It's it's mixing and matching different objects, items, motifs, styles, historical eras, and coming up with a new mixture of that, or a slightly new mixture of that, every time. You can take the same premise, the same motif, and give it to 3 different artists, and each of them are going to come up with a slightly different thing. Even if they use all of the same references, all of the same stuff, they're going to have different solutions for different problems. Having a very deep understanding and a much more, diverse creative library helps you do that naturally. And the more you develop that creative visual library, the easier it will be for you to innovate on the fly without needing to, having to, have a moment of trying to push past your comfort zone every single time, because your comfort zone grows as you change and influence your own, tastes and knowledge. Favorite color? I like red. What was your reaction when Valve reached out to you? I thought it was a mistake. The guy was like, hey, you want to work on Dota 2? And I'm like, is this a scam? And then I looked up his LinkedIn, and he followed me on LinkedIn, and he worked at Valve, and I was like, oh, so it's not a scam. Okay. I don't know how to emotionally process that. Kind of crazy. But I'm glad you liked him. I always use them as a benchmark. Okay, that's what I can do. I hope I can do better next time. But I'm glad people liked it. It was my first time like releasing something to the public in that manner, and it seemed like a lot of people were really into them, and it made me very happy. What? You asked me a question? What was the question? What drove you to give your character the look they have now? Oh, honestly, just, I don't know. I like cloth. Okay, I like cloth. All right. That's kind of it. I didn't think too deep about her. Really, I'm gonna be real honest. She like kind of, I don't. If I'm gonna be real, she kind of has a design that doesn't necessarily match what her actual like inventory looks like. She's got like 4 daggers. Somehow I'm gonna have to fit 4 daggers onto this girl. She's got like a whole kit. She's not even technically supposed to look like this. She has like a cloak she's gonna wear as part of the magical item the DM is giving us. But yeah, no, I mean, she's just like, I came up with a bunch of different designs for her, and I was like, I have no idea, no thoughts, no like desires of like what I'd want her to look like ideally. So she just has like 5 million outfits, and she wears all of them. But eventually I kind of started to like the pointed shoulders and the loose cloth. So I'm going with that for now. So far, no one has kicked up a fuss about it, so I'm going to assume that it works and that it's fine. Is there a stream schedule now? Not officially. Other than the fact that I typically stream on Fridays. That's the only, like, set in stone thing. For me, I don't really stick to any other schedule outside of that. Is this your D&D character or someone else's? This is mine. Very nice audiobook type voice. That's nice of you to say. I feel like it changes quite a bit, and you know, when I was recording for the audio for my class and stuff, there was a lot of deliberation about how I should speak, because I was like, should I talk in a way that sounds like I'm talking to them, or do I actually just read the script and that's how I talk? Eventually it became like a mix of both. Some of the videos would have a very natural sounding voice, and some videos would be like, and this is me reading from a script because I don't have the brain cells at 4 a.m. to come up with a new way to talk to you. And you could totally tell the differences between when I was like improving and when I wasn't improving. But yeah, a lot of different ways to talk. Couldn't tell which one was the best, so everyone just got a mix of both depending on what time of the day I was recording that thing. Acalis Art, thank you for the tier 1 sub. We want info on what kind of character she is. She is a half-elf warlock. She is eventually going to take on Pact of the Blade. She specializes in all the classic warlocky stuff, you know, like Eldritch Blast and all that defensive stuff, but she also has an interest in like general history and knowledge. So she has like the ability to read all types of writing. She has she's like in the process of learning more languages. She is kind of like a collector of history and knowledge. Mainly because she's on her own quest to figure out how to break her pact. The core of her character is that she is a kind of like she's kind of self-centered, but in a survival way. She's not a bad person, but she always bases things off of like how inconvenient they'd be for her to live her life. And sometimes people make it very inconvenient for her to survive. So she has a very interesting, like, based on her backstory that she has. And she has a very, like, casual relationship with her patron because she's known him for so long that she, like, bullies him. Even though she knows that, like, he could kill her. That's the kind of relationship they have. And yeah, she's taking him around places so that he can experience the world. As part of their pact. And all the while, she's trying to figure out a way to break the pact. That's the basis of her. I like mages. I really do. Like, if I'm playing a character, I'm 100% like a melee, close contact melee. But thematically, I love mages. Do you do oil painting? No, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. Kipo, thank you for the Twitch Prime Gaming for 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Wooju. Or Woojay. Wudge. She looked a lot more of like a warlock a while ago. Not a warlock. She looked a lot more like a rogue a while ago because I liked the idea of, like, you know, daggers and swords and stuff. Whenever I can find her original sketches. Let me see. Can I copy paste this? Did. Okay. So here's some of her original designs. Very, like, I don't know. It's like adjacent, but not close. She's always had a purple, though. I really like the idea of having it be purple. But then I started getting into, like, cloth stuff, and I was like, oh, there's no way I'm not gonna do, like, cloth. So here she is now in the format that she's in. But I kind of miss when she had, like, more little doodads. I might add them back in. I have a PC, thankfully. So line work's been something I've been doing my whole life, and a lot of people considered me more of a draftsman than anything, so line work was the first way I ever kind of, like, expressed myself. And then when I was, like, 12 or 13, I got really tired of doing, like, cell shading, things that I thought you had to do when you did line work, so I was like, this is dumb and sucks, and I don't like coloring, so I don't like coloring, so I'm gonna go start painting. I guess, because I'm stupid. So, I picked up painting because I got tired of cell shading, and doing line art, because I really hated doing it. And I picked up painting around like 2011, 2012. I did that for a long time. So I've kind of had history in both. I've only recently started to come back to just doing line work because I realized I like it a lot. But then I've been doing line work quite a bit the past couple months, and so then my brain was like, let's do painting. That's why a lot of like these two paintings are, paintings. Because I got really interested in trying to replicate the oil painting style. And it's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. But definitely a big shift. Something I'm trying to work on. Because I got hired for painting quite a bit the past couple of years. And I really don't feel like I'm that good at it. And that's kind of why in the past couple of years I've been trying to like stop getting painting things. Because I wanted to just like sit down and work on it a little bit more. And I think it just like by having less painting assignments, I've been able to kind of really improve it a lot more than when I was just constantly, painting for work and stuff. So it's been nice getting a break to kind of work on it a little bit more and improve it with some more, personal work and all that stuff. Were those sketches made on the iPad? Yes, they were. What color or style are her Eldritch Blast? Haven't figured that out yet, honestly. I really wanted to do some like more VFX related stuff for her. Her whole thing is that she's purple. And in this one, I kind of came up with the purple flame thing, but it'd be cool to come up with something else. On the scale of prestigious schools, where does yours land? Like a 5, I guess. It was okay. Like it's a pretty small school in comparison to like the bigger places with more money. But that didn't mean that my school wasn't making a lot of money. It just was smaller in a lot of ways. Hey, you Bao. I was answering a question about where my college landed in that scale. Where am I from? I am from California, in the United States, on the West Coast. What do you recommend to improve the painting process? Just painting more? There's something more focused on the... depends on the kind of painting you want to do. Sometimes, it's a lot about, like, the transition between the shadow and the light values. And it's not really all that different from, cel shading. Sometimes it's just, like, softening the transition between the two and you're done. Sometimes there's a lot of like weird hidden values and colors in a paint stroke, and you kind of have to suss out like how did that happen. I need to stop saying sus because people are gonna take that the wrong way, and I really don't need any more Among Us memes in my life. God damn it. You kind of have to figure out, like, what is the style of painting you're actually interested in. For me, it ended up being I was really interested, or grew to be interested in oil painting. And I wanted to kind of replicate the same, like, textured, unfinished, slightly unfinished style of a lot of classic oil painters. And so what I've been focusing on primarily is, like, how much, can I put into an area and still maintain some of its, like, integrity, but without over painting something. And how do I put in all of those small tones? How do I use color to my advantage? How do I how do I put together my like shadows and values? Because something that I realize that is a big mistake that a lot of beginner painters make is that they make everything, every little detail have the whole value range. Like every small piece of the painting has the same 0 to 100 value range. So like even small details will have a really light value, a really light highlight, and a really light or a really dark shadow. What that does is just kind of ruin what the focal point should be. It kind of ruins the like the feel and the way that your eye goes around the image, because your eye is suddenly like, I don't know what to focus on because everything has an equal amount of visual importance. How a lot of painters got around that was they would use lighting and the way that they picked their colors and their color palettes to essentially oversimplify areas, and push certain things into the background, just by choosing to either not finish, not completely paint, or not completely render out a certain detail. Something that I really don't understand still. So that's kind of something I've been trying to work on a little bit more. And it's hard. It's really hard. But it's been fun. Can you give an example of what you mean? I feel picking the same color and value and not looking good. Is there a drawing that I made that did that? Well, I guess I can just show you something that actually did it well. Let me see. Do I have one saved? Where is it? Oh, no, I'm gonna do this one. So this was done by Ricardo Silveira from Six More Vodka. And it's a very extreme color, or not color, but like value scheme. But if you look at how the light and shadows are treated, there's an emphasis on what is in the light, right? If you get to parts like his pants, there's just nothing here. It's just all one value, because what is in the shadows is not nearly as important as what's in the light. And it's through what he puts in the light that you can actually, you know, see the elements that make up this character design. Obviously, he does have some form of reflective light that gives context to these things, but he could have made this even more intense, honestly. I think, yeah. So like, in essence, this is what his value scheme is. All that really matters is like these areas of bright light that is focused in this specific region right here. Otherwise, you know, functionally everything else is a very similar kind of value range, and he doesn't expand on that too much. And it's this selection of like, what are you going to focus on? What are you going to try and describe in this, like, you know, specific scheme, right? Choosing what values you have. If it was kind of more of an amateur artist painter, they would go in and each of these forms would have like an equal shadow to them, because you know things in shadow are going to have like a shadow to it, but it's like context is what actually matters. Everything would have like a very similar shading range, and he'd probably also like there'd be no consideration for how the form falls. It'd just be like, okay, yeah, things in shadow are like the bottom plane, and there's highlights everywhere. Everything gets a highlight. Everything gets like 100% value and 0% value, you know. That's kind of that idea of like everything gets a mid-tone, a highlight, and a shadow. That's kind of what you shouldn't be doing, right? Because you want to have a balance of where are you actually going to focus, where are you going to take focus away. I'm still working on that because I don't know how to control that just yet. The artist is Ricardo Silveira. You can find him here. Thank you guys for the follow. But yeah, this is all stuff I'm currently working on, and it's stuff that I have been working on offline, because it's really hard to kind of focus on like really learning stuff when you're doing it in front of other people and having to interact with people. But it's been a really good time. I've been really enjoying it, and I'm excited to do more stuff that explores this question a little bit more and develop a better sense for it. Hi, Peach. Are you up, Peach? Peach is up from her nap. I'm sorry. I know I should go to bed. I apologize. Peach cam? I wish. Isn't it very late early over there? It is 2:30 a.m. Yes. If I'm using reference for this painting, no, I'm not. I mean, I think there's still more to learn. Like, this could be a step in the right direction, but I'm not willing to make that call just yet. I don't know. It's hard to quantify at this point what quality I'm really looking for. There's a lot of stuff going through my head that's hard to quantify. But I'll let you know if I ever have a breakthrough with this stuff. Peach? I don't often work on landscapes. I will if I have to, and I've had to in the past, but 'tis not fun for me. Although, that isn't to say like I don't ever want to. I think it'd be valuable for me to learn how to do it. But if you're gonna talk about like pure enjoyment, I don't really get the appeal. Or no, I get the appeal. I don't feel the same excitement for environments that I do for characters. Ms. Weech, would you please stop trying to tear my door down? Will you post these character artworks on any of your socials? I might. I think I will, but you know, I am debating because sometimes it's kind of nice to keep things for yourself, but I like them enough where I think it'd be fine if I posted them. There are quite a few things that I've made though that I have no intention of ever posting, so it will really depend on if I remember to do so. Big fan from Brazil. What's the best study sequence? Perspective, anatomy, gesture, anatomy, perspective, gesture. Anatomy, perspective, gesture, I'd say. Because like with anatomy, you learn it from like a flat perspective. And then you learn how to apply perspective to that, and then you learn how to diversify the pose of a character from that, I guess. I use my iPad, like every couple days, so I use it relatively frequently, I think. Peach. Hey. I got this brush set from a man called Artem Chiboka. You can buy this brush set from his store on ArtStation if you would like it. The rights thing, from what I've heard, is just they need the quote-unquote right for them to host the image on their site. It's not so much that they get the rights to your art, it's that they need you to literally say that they can host it on their site. It's like a legal thing. So no, they're not stealing your art from you. I think it'd be preposterous for a platform to do that. But not a ton of people know how to read like legal stuff, so it's easy to get that like confused. But from what I understand, based on what some people more familiar with the language is saying, they're not trying to steal your art. What's your usual stream schedule? Fridays at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that's the only concrete schedule. Everything else is kind of up to my discretion whether or not I want to stream. It's kind of hot. I mean, it's summer, so it's to be expected. Thank you. Yeah, I don't exactly know why. Favorite season? Spring or fall? And not for any fashion reasons either. It's just when it's the most temperate where I live. Winter's not bad either. I do like winter, but not necessarily more than the other seasons. I guess basically what I'm saying is I hate summer. Summer's the worst. And I've had people explain to me why summer is a good season, and it's all for reasons that I hate. I don't like parties. I don't like, well, I like the pool, but I don't like going out to the pool because there's people there. All that stuff. It's warm, not a big fan of it. People are like, oh, the beach. Hate the beach. I can see if like you're from a climate where it snows really bad. Summer is a great season. But I live in California where our like winters can also be 100 degrees. So I don't have an appreciation for summer the same way I think other people rightfully have. If it's questions, sure. I can't really do critiques or anything. But if you have a question... I was born in summer, so, yeah, really don't like it. When I was a kid, it was also like, if you were born in summer, no one celebrated your birthday at school, you know? And like, when you're a kid, sometimes that stuff matters to you. Like, I remember being super jealous of the people who would, like, get to bring cupcakes to school and stuff, because they're like, it's my birthday. And I'd be like, I don't get to celebrate my birthday at school. For fucking no reason. I never wanted to celebrate my birthday with people. But when you're, like, in elementary school or something, you're just like, man, I wish I could do that. And now, I just... My family never made a big stink about birthdays, so I think I just have a very meh reaction to my birthday. Although it is nice when people remember that it's your birthday. How did you start to work in the industry? Mainly did a lot of like freelance illustration work for games and stuff. Very like not a part of a lot of like industry dealings, and then I recently got a job working full time, so now I'm a little bit more inundated, I guess, with that. As much as people say that the industry is very small, so everyone knows each other, it's like how on the internet a certain group of people know each other. It's like there is a primary, like, a bubble of people that have all kind of had very similar experiences, so they all know each other. But it really is vast. There's a lot of people in it. And it gets bigger and bigger every year because more and more people are learning that video games is a career you can have. So as far as my experiences, I've had pretty pleasant experiences with most of the people I've met. But that's also because I haven't really gotten into a situation where I'm working in a huge space. There are only 30 people at my company. So I'm sure the bigger the space, the more lack of control you have over who's in it and all that stuff. So, so far, my experiences have been pretty alright. I mean, you got some weird people working in games. Like, not, like, weird, or not, like, criminal. Not just criminal, I should say. Not just criminal, but just weird people. And so it's always interesting, all the flavors of personality that you find in working in these spaces. Because some people are like super stereotypical, like, I'm a technical brain, you know? I only speak in code. And I've got knowledge beyond your comprehension. And you've got like the surfer bros who are just like super chill with everything, but then they'll whip out like a survival technique that you've never heard of, and you're like, have you had to put that into practice? And they're like, oh, it's been a couple years, you know. You'll get the super sweet like just like the super sweet peeps that like do nothing but laugh and make jokes, and like they're just, their whole existence is just to add life to a room, and it's very fun. But you know, as with all places, very large. Thank you, Oppose. I'm someone who comes from an artistic family, but I've ended up with an intense dislike for my own work. Do I keep trying? I'd say give it a break if you need to. You know, something like that can only really be decided by you. If you take a break and you realize, I like my life without art in it, then you don't go back to art. If you take a break and you realize, like, hey, I really miss it, then there you go, there's your answer. I'm probably gonna end the stream relatively soon, like maybe in a couple minutes. I kind of want to paint the hand for a little bit. This is my D&D character. spells did I end up grabbing? Let's see, what does my D&D Beyond page say? I have create bonfire because I want to commit arson. Eldritch Blast, Burning Hands, Command, and Hellish Rebuke. First campaign, yes indeed. Yes, I'm very excited to mayhaps potentially get the other one. There's another one like Hellish Rebuke that's also another additive to Eldritch Blast, and I really want it. Yes, exactly. She originally had black hair, but I'm kind of like into the green hair. I like gave her some kind of like turquoisey hair, and it was meant to just be black, but this specific song is "Come With Me" by Psycho. Oh. I think I might go with the greenish one. How much should a person draw in a day who wants to be a character concept artist? Is it quality or quantity? 100% quality. If you can draw or get yourself to a level with less drawing, that is ideal. Because you could spend years drawing a ton of things and never be in a state to deliver concept. Because concept is a very specialized like group of skills, and it's more important that you know how to utilize and work with those skills than it is to be able to or than it is to like have been drawing for a long time, because drawing for a long time does not mean anything. Yeah, so I'd say it's not really a matter of how much you draw in a day. But a lot more important about how you spend, like what skills are you learning during those moments in time. Did I get rid of them? I didn't. Okay. Um, I mean, anatomy is kind of hard because it really depends on how much you want to get into it. The way I structured my class was, I tried to teach people the form and function of bones and muscles and the name, because I think it's really important, or at least it helped me at the very least, get a better grasp on anatomy because I knew what it was. I could call out something when I was drawing it and be like, oh, okay, so this is the like serratus anterior, and I can like figure out, you know, okay, if this is here, then I know where the latissimus dorsi locks in, and then that helps me make sense of that whole area. Obviously, you don't need to do that if you don't want to, but knowing how to do that actually helped me quite a bit. When I eventually, like, you know, started to draw characters really frequently and needed that kind of extra support from like, you know, being able to draw figures and draw anatomy in an accurate or actually even semi-believable way, because I know what would be missing if I was drawing a character and it just like fell off. I could be able to self-diagnose it. If you want an easier breakdown, Proco does a lot of really good breakdowns of anatomy, like one by one. Same with Drosh. It's a smaller channel, but it's run by a teacher I know who taught me anatomy, and so I would 100% recommend you checking his videos out. But yeah, I mean, I think it really helps to get someone else to teach you anatomy, because having it broken down for you is a lot easier than looking at like medical charts. There's a lot of anatomy that you don't need to learn as an artist, that you can get by without ever learning. And a lot of artists used to get by without knowing any. But I think it's a really good skill to have. So I would recommend looking into any videos which try to break down like the most important muscles to remember. That's kind of how I structured my class. Is I went over a bunch of muscles that I think were really important for people to know, and then you know, as you dedicate those to memory, you can start applying them with how you approach drawing like characters and stuff like that. You know where those muscles are because they're the major silhouette creating muscles in the body. But yeah, that's kind of how I learned. You learn to draw the second eye. That's more of a matter of perspective. I feel like people get really afraid of not being able to draw the full eye when they turn the eye in perspective, but you kind of have to think about eyes and like you have an orb and then the eyelid sits on top of the orb. So when it turns in space, parts of the orb are visible, parts of the orb are not. So there you go. So when you're drawing an eye from the front, you know, you have all of these shapes. I'm very bad at drawing things symmetrically, so you're just gonna have to accept that this is symmetrical. You know, you got these shapes, right? They got these shapes. Oof, I'm tired. My eyes, my lines are not placing the way that I want them to. But when you turn them, people are afraid to, they like draw the first eye, alright. But when they draw the second eye, if this is the other side of the face, they try to like shove in the whole thing. Or like, I don't know. They try to shove in the whole eye, or they like try to make it smaller because they don't want to like overlap the nose or have the nose overlap it or something. The important thing to remember is like this orb thing. Sometimes you have to think about like, okay, what's the distance between this eye to that eye? It's usually a whole eye's distance. You have to picture that across the plane of a face. Sometimes, and most often, the tear duct will not be visible. The corners of the eye might not be visible. Because we know that there is like a tear duct back here. We know that there's a corner of the eye on the either side, but depending on the angle of it, you have to get used to the idea that eyes are three-dimensional. They have an orb underneath them. The eyeball has mass and dimension, and therefore can also obstruct things in a slight manner, to a lesser degree than the nose, but still to a certain extent. So make your eyes like relatively similar sized. Obviously the one further away is probably going to be slightly smaller, but they're not separated enough for that to be super apparent. Think about how the brow ridge is also might overlap the eye a little bit because the eye socket sinks in so that you have space for your eyeballs and the eyelid. So occasionally eyebrows can also cover the eye. Anyways. Whew, okay. I will probably sleep now. Oh. Yeah. I should sleep now because I am tired. But yes, hopefully that was helpful. And it was very nice getting to stream for a little bit. I went for 5 hours on a work night. Oops. Let's see. Anyone have suggestions on who to raid? Because I didn't raid last time. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. I know it was on short notice, but very happy to have all of you guys here. Oh, John Silva, he's streaming? Okay, cool, cool. We could definitely do him. Yeah, I haven't rated him at all, so let's do that. Ever raid a miniature painter? No, actually. I'd be super down to do that at some point. Wow, everyone has like a VTuber Sona thing that they're doing. Very interesting. Hold. Let me make sure we raid the right person. Okay. I'm going to pick someone to raid. Okay. Yeah, thank you everyone so much for coming. And if you have people that you want me to raid in the future, definitely come back and like let me know. Because I'd be happy to raid people that need it. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much for coming around, sticking around, watching me draw. It was very, very nice of all of you. Hopefully I get to stream again, if not anytime this week, this Friday, and hopefully, you know, more often than I used to. But yeah, we're gonna raid a channel, and I will see you guys next time. Just say hi to him. And yeah, goodbye.